Maji Kulkarni to please be seated on the dais. I request Honorable Chaure sir to kindly grace the occasion. Swagatam, Suswagatam, Shubha Swagatam. I extend a very warm welcome to this international conference to one and all. Before we start with the day's proceedings, let me tell you that today we mark the birth anniversary of the great saint after whom the university is named, Sant Gadge Baba, a social reformer, a philosopher, and an educator. We will inaugurate this inaugural ceremony will begin with the university song. May I request all to please stand for the university song.
नित्यं हि विद्याचिन्तनं नित्यं च विद्यामन्थनम् नित्यं हि विद्यासर्जनम् नित्यं च विद्याजीवनम्
Thank you all. I once again welcome all the dignitaries, resource persons, academicians, researchers, professionals, and dear students who have joined us from across the globe for this international interdisciplinary virtual conference on innovations and challenges in commerce, science, humanities, and technology, being organized by Shankarlal Khandelwal College in collaboration with Vidarbha Chamber of Commerce and Industries, along with Khandelwal Total Solutions Private Limited as our knowledge partners. Dear delegates, today we are honored and feel blessed to have Honorable Shri Gopalji Khandelwal, Secretary Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, as the President of this inaugural ceremony. We feel extremely proud that Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Vilas Bhale sir, Vice Chancellor Punjab Rao Deshmukh Krishi Vidyapith and in charge Vice Chancellor Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University is gracing the occasion as the inaugural guest. It is our proud privilege to have Honorable Shri Deepak Kumar Chaudhary as the keynote speaker amongst us. We feel delighted to have our collaborator, Honorable Shri Nitinji Khandelwal, former President of Vidarbha Chamber of Commerce and Industries and Director of Khandelwal Total Solutions Private Limited. Along with them, accompanying on the days is Honorable Shri Arunji Kulkarni, Vice President and Treasurer, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Akola. Honorable Shri Rajkumar Chaurai Sir, Vice President, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Akola. Honorable Principal Dr. J.M. Sabu Sir, Convener of the conference Dr. Archana Khandelwal, Organizing Secretary Dr. Piyush Nalhe, Head Department of Commerce and Joint Organizing Secretary Dr. Prashant Pisolkar Sir. I once again welcome one and all in this inaugural ceremony. Every time or era requires us to evolve, to explore, to have positive change, new ideas for progress. And as the famous saying goes, if nothing changes, nothing changes. Hence, to embrace the challenges of changing times and taking one step forward towards the pious task of nation building, we are here organizing this e-conference. To inaugurate this, may I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please light the lamp and pay tribute to Sant Gadge Maharaj and Bharat Mata. This lamp is the symbol of light of knowledge, which eradicates the darkness of ignorance and indifference. Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya. Honorable dignitaries paying tribute to Sant Gadge Maharaj and our motherland, Bharat Mata. Thank you all. When all the endeavors are navigated in the right direction, then destinations come easy. Our navigator, the captain of the ship, Honorable Principal Dr. J.M. Sabu sir, may I request you, sir, to please deliver the introductory note.
Hello. Good morning to one and all. At the very outset, I pray Bharat Mata. At the same time, all of us know that our affiliating university is named after the great saint Sant Gadge Maharaj. Today, it is the birth anniversary of Sant Gadge Maharaj. I pay my humble tribute to Sant Gadge Baba on this birth anniversary and proceed further. President of today's conference, Sri Gopalji Khandelwal, the inaugural guest of this conference, Honorable Vice Chancellor, PDKV, Punjab Rao Deshmukh Krishi Vidyapit, and in charge Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati Vidyapit, Amravati, who is already busy in one more international conference of his agriculture university. So he will join at 11:30. Yet the vice president of our parent society, Professor Rajkumarji Chaure, president and treasurer of our parent society, Sri Arunji Kulkarni, head of the department, commerce, Dr. Prashant Pisolkar, head of the department, statistic, Dr. Archana Khandelwal, the all professors present or here students, delegates who are going to join online, and our keynote speaker, Sri Deepak Kumarji Chaudhary. He will join at 12 p.m. He has joined. Okay, thank you, sir. Welcome you on the behalf of the college. And our collaborator, Sri Nitinji Khandelwal, the president of Vidarbha Chamber of Commerce and Industries. All of us know that we have gathered over here for this great event. It is a matter of great delight for me that our college has organized this international interdisciplinary conference on innovations and challenges in commerce, humanities, science, and technology. I would like to extend warm welcome to all the resource persons, keynote speakers, researchers, and delegates. Before going to put the note on the conference, in short, I would like to mention some activities of the college, the features of the college. The college was established in 1999 by our parent society. It was a momentous step in the golden journey of our parent society, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, when it has established this college. The college was initially started with three streams, arts, commerce, and science. But now it has developed into a huge tree by starting postgraduate courses and even a research center in 11 subjects with 19 guides for guiding the students, research students in different disciplines. We have completed 2 major projects up till now and 21 minor research projects. We have arranged 19 national conferences and 3 international conferences too. Very recently, our college professor, head of the department chemistry, Dr. Prasanna Pandey, has got patent on alcohol too. Besides this, we are running add-on courses, certificate courses. We have Swami Vivekananda Study Center and under UGC's 11th plan scheme, Epoch Thinkers of India. This is how we are trying our level best to provide best education as well as all supplementary things which are very much needed for the development of the personality of the students. The theme of the present conference is self-explanatory. The conference aims to discuss on innovations, challenges, and opportunities across market spaces such as equity market, cryptocurrency, cause and effects of different technologies on global markets, investment, and commerce. Thus, I feel that the conference will focus on the present need of time and prove very useful for the stakeholders. The present conference is just the next step towards our mission. Our mission is education for the life and life for the nation. I wish grand success to it. I'm sure that it will open many new avenues and instill knowledge, skill, research attitude among students, faculty members, and researchers across all the disciplines. I express my deep gratitude to all, right from Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, who is just going to join us for the inauguration. The President of Vidarbha Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Knowledge Partner, Khandelwal Total Solutions Private Limited, Parent Society, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Akola, and all the people, resource person who are going to join us in second session, third session, all these people. I would like to communicate my acknowledgement towards my entire teaching and non-teaching staff for turning this event into the success. Once again, I welcome you all, those who are physically present over here, as well as those who have joined us online, those who are watching us on YouTube or the Facebook page of our college. So I feel that I appeal all to make most out of this event today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. William Pollard has once said, learning and innovation go hand in hand. The arrogance of success is to think that what you did yesterday will be sufficient for tomorrow. Hence, to explore these new arenas and new challenges and innovations in this field, we are here in this conference, and let us turn towards the welcoming ceremony. I would like to request Honorable Principal Dr. Sabu sir to kindly welcome Honorable President of the Program, Secretary, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Honorable Shri Gopalji Khandelwal. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Dr. Prashant Pisolkar sir to kindly welcome Honorable Vice President and Treasurer of Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Shri Arunji Kulkarni sir. I would like to request the Joint Organizing Secretary, Professor Sumit Kavade sir, to kindly welcome Vice President of Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Honorable Shri Rajkumarji Chavre sir. I request Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Piyush Nale, sir, to kindly welcome Honorable Principal Dr. J.M. Sabu, sir. Thank you all. यह पठति लिखति पश्यति परिपृच्छति पंडितान् उपाश्रयति तस्य दिवाकर किरणैः नलिनीदलमिव विस्तारिता बुद्धिः. One who reads, writes, observes, inquires, lives in the company of learned, his intellect expands as the lotus petals expands due to the rays of the sun. Such is the personality of our today's inaugural guest, Honorable Dr. Bhale sir. Let me take this opportunity to introduce Honorable Dr. Bhale sir to you all. Dr. Bhale sir is a well-known figure in the area of research. He is a PhD from University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore. He has commenced his career from Vasantrao Naik Marathwada Krishi Vidyapith as an agricultural officer. From 2017, Punjab Rao Deshmukh Krishi Vidyapith is on the path of progress under his able leadership. He has 24 years of academic and 37 years of research experience. Having published over 86 papers in different conferences and journals of national and international repute, he has completed over 10 major and minor research projects. He has published 47 extension publications as well. He is regularly invited as a speaker in different conferences and delivers talks on the topics related to agriculture and agronomy. In all, 154 candidates have been awarded MSc and PhD under his supervision. He has developed various agricultural technologies for different crops. Besides, he regularly guides the farmers on the radio too. No wonder various awards have been conferred upon him, like Dr. Abdul Kalam Lifetime Achievement National Award. He is a fellow of Indian Society of Agronomy since 2010. He is the recipient of Marathwada Bhushan Award also. It is a matter of great pride for us to have you with us, sir. I request you, sir, to kindly address this august gathering. I would like to request Honorable Dr. Bhale sir to kindly deliver the inaugural discourse. Due to some technical unavoidable reason, Honorable Bhale sir is not able to join us today. Honorable Dr. Bhale sir will join very soon after this technical glitch is over. Till then, we shall proceed with the inaugural ceremony and let us move further. To accomplish great things, we must not only act but also dream, not only plan but also believe. Our guiding force, Honorable Secretary Sri Gopalji, also believes in this philosophy. He is the motivator who inspires us to aspire. I would like to request you, sir, to kindly deliver your address to this confluence of academia.
शंकरलाल खंडेलवाल महाविद्यालय की ओर से आयोजित इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में उपस्थित, मंच पर उपस्थित सभी मान्यवर, ऑनलाइन रूप से ज्वाइन हुए सभी डेलीगेट्स, पार्टिसिपेंट्स, प्रमुख मार्गदर्शन करने वाले सभी मान्यवर, मैं आप सभी का महाविद्यालय की ओर से हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। इनोवेशंस एंड चैलेंजेस इन कॉमर्स, ह्यूमैनिटीज, साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी पर आयोजित इस संगोष्ठी में आज हम विविध नंबर ऑफ इश्यूज पर हम चर्चा करने वाले हैं। ऐसा कहा जाता है, अभी की परिस्थितियों को अगर हम थोड़ा नजदीक से अनुभव करें, अभ्यास करें या देखें, तो ऐसा ख्याल में आ रहा है कि 2014 के बाद भारत ने एक निश्चित दिशा आत्मसात की है। अब भारत एक नए स्वप्न के साथ सामने आ रहा है। काफी विषयों पर और काफी अलग अलग एंगल्स में भारत ने एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि की ओर अपने कदम बढ़ाए हैं। एक निश्चित दिशा में भारत को विश्व पटल पर आने वाले समय पे प्रमुख देशों के लिस्ट में भारत का नाम आने वाला है या आ रहा है। अभी ही हमारी सरकार ने घोषणा की है आत्मनिर्भर भारत की ओर। ये आने वाला समय जो है ये तंत्रज्ञान से जुड़ा हुआ है। निश्चित इस बजट के अंदर एक घोषणा भी हुई है कि डिजिटल करेंसी भारत जल्दी, रिजर्व बैंक जल्दी लॉन्च करेगा। देश अत्यंत गति से बदल रहा है। टेक्नोलॉजी ने हर मानव के जीवन में परिवर्तन लाया है। 2 साल के कोरोना काल में कई चीजें बदल चुकी हैं, कई व्यवस्थाएं बदल चुकी है, कई व्यवसाय के तरीके बदल चुके हैं, व्यक्ति की सोच में फर्क आने लगा है। बहुत सी चीजें इतनी तीव्र गति से बदल रही है कि अगर समाज को उसके साथ अगर नहीं परिवर्तित किया गया तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है बहुत बड़ा वर्ग इस उन्नति में पीछे रह जाएगा। आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस उस उद्देश्य से बहुत आवश्यक है। जितने टॉपिक्स और जितने सब्जेक्ट्स दिए हैं ये पिछले 10-15 सालों में अत्यंत गति से सामने आ रहे हैं। कभी कभी बाहर की चर्चा सुनते हैं तो मेटा यूनिवर्स नाम की कोई कल्पना भी सामने आ रही है। एक पूरा वर्चुअल यूनिवर्स आज टेक्नोलॉजी के रूप में खड़ा करने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है, हो गया है, शायद शुरू भी हो गया है। ऐसे अवस्था में हमें सब लोगों को मिलकर हमारे भारत की उन्नति में, हम सब संशोधन करने वाले व्यक्तिमत्व हैं, हमने सबने अपने रिसर्च पेपर्स यहाँ सबमिट किए हैं, क्यों ना हम हमारे भारत को, भारत सरकार को नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी में आगे लाने में कैसे मदद कर सकते हैं, इसका हमें सबको विचार करना होगा। क्योंकि इन आने वाले 5 से 7 वर्षों में भारत वर्ल्ड की 3 महाशक्तियों में सबसे टॉप महाशक्ति के रूप में सामने आ सकता है। ऐसी अवस्था में हम सब लोग, सारे संशोधन करने वाले लोग, एक भारत को नई दिशा देने के लिए कैसे नए नए तंत्रज्ञान को हम प्रमोट कर सकते हैं जिससे मानवीय जीवन का स्तर भी ऊंचा हो, देश की उन्नति भी हो, और हमारा भारत जो एक पहले माना जाता था कि एक सोने की क्या जिसको सोने का धुआं निकलता था ऐसा माना जाता था, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है आने वाला समय भारत के लिए बहुत अच्छा है। और इस सब में हम ये आज की जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है उसका हमें निश्चित जीवन में, आने वाले जीवन में हमारे सभी लोगों को उसका उपयोग होगा। ये कॉन्फ्रेंस आप सभी के लिए एक कॉन्फ्रेंस न रहकर आने वाले समय के लिए एक दिशा दर्शक और एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म बने, इसी शुभेच्छा के साथ धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your words of inspiration. And now let us proceed towards the keynote session. The keynote address paves further the development of the conference. It sets the direction for many concepts, ideas, notions to germinate in the coming future. Yastu sancharate deshan, yastu sevet panditan, tasya vistarita buddhi stailar bindu rivambhasi. The intelligence of a person who travels to different countries and associates with the scholars expand just as a drop of oil expands in water. The personality of our keynote speaker today echoes all these qualities. A multifaceted person, his achievements are exemplary. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our keynote speaker today, Honorable Shri Deepak Kumar Chaudhary. Honorable Deepak Kumar Chaudhary is presently working as Manager Business Development and Marketing, Bombay Stock Exchange. He is a qualified MBA Marketing and MA Economics from Bihar University. He holds an experience of more than 11 years in financial service industry. He holds thorough knowledge of entire value chain of financial commodity, forex and fixed income products. He has hands-on experience on promoting and developing various segments, sub-segments, products and services in stock and commodity markets. Prior to Bombay Stock Exchange, he was associated with commodity exchange and stock broking firms. I request you, sir, to kindly start the session of your keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Hello, am I audible now, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sabu, Dr. Khandelwal, Sri Nitil Khandelwal ji, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I, Deepak Kumar Chaudhary, Manager Business Development and Marketing, BSc, welcome you all to this conference on innovations in commerce, science and technology and the road ahead. This is a very relevant topic and I am very thankful to all of you, to the college, to the university for organizing this webinar on this topic for the young students, budding students. First of all, I would like to introduce my organization, Bombay Stock Exchange, and its contributions to the nation. So Bombay Stock Exchange is India's largest and oldest stock exchange. It is also Asia's oldest stock exchange. It was established in 1875, around 146 years ago. And since then, it is in the service of this nation. And as the temple of wealth creation in India, more than 5,000 corporates are listed on this stock exchange, which is again the largest in any stock exchange in the world. And we have more than 9 crore, 90 million UCC registered with us. So around 9 crore Indians have account in BSC. We have more than 1,400 stockbrokers associated with us and more than 1 lakh sub-brokers and other market intermediaries are associated with BSC. They are offering all the products and services which BSC offer to the market participants. So friends, as you know, India is aspiring to become a $5 trillion economy by 2025. So becoming $5 trillion economy, of course, gives us confidence that our capital markets will also grow and become a $5 trillion capital market. We are currently already we have crossed $3 trillion capital markets. BSC's market capitalization of all the listed company on BSC today stands at more than $3 trillion. So we are, as the economy grows, as we reach closer to the target of 2025, that is $5 trillion GDP, Indian capital markets will also move forward and achieve the target. So talking about the the functions of the stock exchange, if you see, stock exchange is a very important subsidiary, or you can say a very important pillar in the economy, because it acts as a bridge between the investors who have disposable income to invest in asset classes, different asset classes, and on the other side we have corporates who want capital both in the form of equity and debt for their expansion and next level of growth. So stock exchange acts as a link between the investors and the corporates. That is the one part of stock exchange business. The other part is providing an efficient and vibrant trading platform so that the security holders or those who have money, they can buy the securities from stock exchange, or those who are holding the security, they can at any point of time sell the security on stock exchange. So BSE does provide both platforms in the primary market and secondary market. We have equity cash segment where more than 5,000 companies are listed. You have seen in last couple of years how new companies have brought the public issue and joined the league of the listed companies. Newer businesses, newer companies are now coming up with the IPOs, e-commerce companies, new businesses, technology companies. Nowadays, you can see a whole lot of entrepreneurs coming to stock exchange, list their companies, raise the funds for their next level of growth. So BSE basically provides this platform to corporates. We also provide a platform for small and medium enterprises. It is known as BSE SME platform. So basically, by 2012 or 13, it was 12. By 2010, 12, it was essential for MSMEs to open the gateway of a stock exchange and look for the opportunities which are available for fundraising on stock exchange platform. Earlier, it was open for only large corporates who used to bring the IPOs and raise the funds. But MSME companies, micro enterprises, small and medium enterprises forms a large part of our GDP and forms a large part of our economy. They also are very important in terms of providing employment to the youth. Around 70% of employment in our country is generated by such small and medium enterprises. So normally in a SME company, the promoter himself gives the fund to the company whenever it is required. They don't have access to many new sources of funds like venture capital or private equity. So the companies who are looking for raising equity funds, they can come to BSE SME and bring the IPO, and they can raise the funds for the next level of growth. The second thing is BSE IPO platform, which is the main board platform. The companies which are looking for raising the funds, they can file the DRHP with the regulators, get the approval done, and they can come to BSE and raise the funds. In last couple of years, many companies have already raised the funds and done. So BSE IPO platform, having said that, BSE IPO platform is an outstanding platform for raising funds, and BSE equity market is an outstanding and very vibrant platform for trading in shares and securities. We also have a mutual fund platform called Star Mutual Fund Platform, which has basically transformed the way India distribute mutual fund. Actually, we have around 2 lakh or so mutual fund distributors across the length and breadth of this country. But when the platforms like BSE Star Mutual Fund was not available, the transaction used to take place in physical way, by filling physical forms and running behind the registrar's office for submission of the documents, along with KYC documents and checks. And this was a very tedious job, a very difficult job to do. But with the platforms like BSC Star Mutual Fund today, any mutual fund distributor can just log into BSC Star Mutual Fund and do the KYC of the customer one time. And after that, in the whole lifetime of the customer, he can just uh, place the order in any mutual fund scheme, in any mutual fund AMC or liquid fund, any fund he can choose and give it to his customers. So this has basically transformed the way mutual fund distributors used to do the business. And because of BSC Star MF, many fintech platform has started offering mutual funds on their platform, and they have grown like anything. You talk about any mutual fund distribution platform or bank offering mutual funds, mostly they are connected with BSE in the backend. As a customer, you never know where you are investing, but ultimately it comes to BSE, or money and order, everything comes to BSE, and then it is routed to the respective AMC for the processing. Some numbers, if I talk about last month in January, we did around 1.8 crore orders in 1 month only. And in mutual fund platform also, we have around 4 crore, more than 4 crore UCCs registered on this. So basically, this numbers, if you see, more than 1 crore SIPs are registered on our platform. Month on month, if you see, more than 10 lakh SIPs, new SIPs are getting registered on this. So technology has enabled this kind of business for mutual fund distributors and independent financial advisors. With just a mobile and internet connectivity, they can do the business by associating themselves with BSC. Similarly, we have a platform for debt market. So debt market is basically both primary and secondary markets. We have in primary markets, we have platform for GSEC, we have platform for corporates, where corporates raise fund on private placement basis. So BSC helps corporates in a big way in terms of providing this platform, and many issuers have brought the issue. As per regulation also, it is necessary to bring the issue of a certain size on stock exchange platform. So in last couple of years, lakhs of crore rupees have been raised through BSC platform by corporates as a debt capital. Similarly, for GSECs, we have a platform for a totally digital platform, wherein the customers can just open the account directly with BSC, and directly they can participate in the bidding of the government securities. So whenever Reserve Bank of India auctions the security, as a customer, as an individual customer, retail customer, you can participate in those auctions by submitting your bids. So a BSC direct platform is available for this product. And we have also now started a platform called India International Exchange and India International Exchange Global Access. So the Gift City, which is the first international financial service center in India near Ahmedabad. India International Exchange, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Bombay Stock Exchange, was the first international exchange to be set up in Gift City, and which was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister in January 2017. In India INX, we have dollar-denominated contracts where the participants basically eligible participants can participate in dollar-denominated contracts and trade in the securities which are listed on those stock exchange. The stock exchange also provides a platform to raise funds, and we also have a platform for investing in global equities, wherein the Indian resident customers can invest in global securities. So under some scheme, Reserve Bank of India allows Indian citizens, resident citizens, to invest outside India up to a certain limit every year. So under those regulations and limit, as a resident Indian, you can invest outside India. We have seen there is a growing trend among young and millennial investors. They want to invest in offshore equities. Basically, the platforms which they use, they are interested in those platform, and they basically invest in those. So all in all, if you see, BSc gives you a number of platforms. BSc always in the forefront of innovation in each and every segment, in each and every product. BSc brings the product first. BSc does the innovation. When this BSc in 2018 also introduced commodity derivative segment, and BSE was the first stock exchange to do that. BSE became a universal exchange. Universal exchange means under one roof, under one stock exchange, you have all the asset classes. You have equities, you have derivatives, you have forex markets, you have fixed income markets, and you have commodity markets to invest. So basically, you can invest in any of the product, and all the products are regulated by Securities and Exchange Board of India. So whichever product you deal in on BSc, it is regulated by our regulator. It is approved. The product is approved by our regulator. So BSc and the third job of a stock exchange is to be first level regulator. So BSc does not provide any product which is unregulated, which is not allowed in India. So nowadays there are growing number of apps or fintech companies. They are providing many products which may not be regulated or which may not be allowed by the regulators, financial regulators, banking regulator, or capital market regulator. But the young and millennial investors are going and downloading those apps and investing through without knowing the pros and cons, right and obligations of these platforms. So what happens is there is a big challenge going ahead, while the enforcement agencies, regulators are all working hard to search those people who are distributing these illegal, or I may say these unauthorized, unapproved products. But as an investor, when I am investing my hard-earned money in such platforms, I also need to be very vigilant and very careful before downloading those apps. Nowadays, just on the basis of the suggestions or advice received from your family or friends, you download the app, do the KYC, and start investing on those apps. So you as an investor have to be very careful, because whenever we talk about innovations, whenever we talk about newer technology, there is always some side effects. There is always uh, some part of risk associated with these innovations, and those who want to take the benefit, they always are in search of some loopholes in the system, and they try to misuse the system and start taking the benefit out of it. So don't be don't invest through such apps, through such mobile devices, through such web-based platforms which claims to make you richer in 1 week, one day, or 1 month. It is very dangerous. You not only share your money with them, but you also share your KYC details, your personal details with them, and they can use it for any purpose. Secondly, as I said, none of the product in capital market guarantee any return. There may be number of investors. Some investors may be investing for long term, some for medium term, some investors may be investing for short term. Some investors may be high risk taking, some investors may be low risk taking, or some may be who don't want to take any risk out of it. Capital market has the product for all of them. They can come to BSc, they can go to any BSc registered entity, and they can open the account and invest in these products. But other than the regulated product, if you want to invest in some unregulated product which is not under the SEBI or the stock exchanges periphery, then probably at some point of time you will have to face difficulties when these platforms don't respond to you, or when these platforms are not available. You cannot even complain with the regulators, because these products are not regulated by any regulatory body in India. And while these enforcement agencies and the law of the nation is behind them, is punishing them one by one whenever they track them. But as an individual investor, it is most important to remember that these platforms are not for bona fide investor, are not for these persons. You should always understand your rights and obligation. Your money is yours, so you are the owner of it, and you have to decide where to invest. So with this, I would like to again thank all of you for providing me this opportunity to speak on exchange products and services and the challenges of newer technologies which is coming in fintech space. Thank you very much, Dr. Khandelwal. Thank you very much, Dr. Sabu. Thanks all the participants for patiently listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your insightful guidance on BSc and the entire domain will definitely prove very beneficial to us. I thank once again to you. Dear delegates, please bear with us as we are trying to see and we are trying to have Honorable Dr. Bhale sir. Kindly bear with us. Let us move further. The convener of any conference keeps the things rolling and ensures everything falls in place. It is his or her ideas that shape the entire conference. Hence, now I would like to invite the convener of the conference, Dr. Archana Khandelwal, to propose the vote of thanks towards all those who have helped in materializing of this event. Over to you, Dr. Archana Khandelwal, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Dignitaries on the dais, delegates, professionals, industrialists, researchers and academicians, press reporters and members of management, our collaborators and dear students. It is greatly said that vote of thanks is a formality that conveys a very informal and genuine feeling. Thank you. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude for the president of today's function, Honorable Gopalji Khandelwal, Secretary of Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Akola, for his affectionate guidance and encouragement to us. I am sincerely thankful to Honorable Saurabh Sir, Vice President, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Akola, Honorable Arunji Kulkarni Sir, Vice President and Treasurer of Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Akola, members, Honorable Rekhaji Khandelwal, Honorable Advocate Rajeshwarji Deshpande, and Honorable MLC Vasantji Khandelwal for their encouragement and motivation and support for organization of this event. I take this privilege to express my sincere thanks to today's inaugural guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Vilas Bhale Sir, In charge Vice Chancellor of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, for giving us a permission as a chief patron of our conference and as accepting our invitation as an inaugural guest for this function. Due to some technical reason, he is not able to join at this time, but after some time, he will soon join us. We are also very much thankful to the special invitee of today's function for their presence in this function. I express my gratitude towards our collaborators, Mr. Nitin Ji Khandelwal, Chairman, Vidarbha Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Khandelwal Total Solutions Private Limited, for associating with us and for continuous support and advice which have greatly helped towards the successful organization of this conference. I acknowledge my thanks towards local organizing committee, Mr. Nitin Khandelwal, former chairman All India Gems and Jewellery Council and chairman of Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Murlidhar Wadekar sir, Honorable Joint Director Higher Education, Amravati District, Amravati, Dr. G.W. Nischit sir, Dean Commerce Faculty, SGB Amravati University, Amravati, Dr. S.B. Kadu, Chairman Board of Accounts and Statistics, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, Mr. Ravi Joshi, Rotary Club from Rotary Club Midtown, Mr. Ashok Minawala, Director, Dhanabai Jewelers and Foundation, Dr. Vaishali Gurde Madam, Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, SGBIU, Amravati University, Amravati, Dr. Santosh Kute, Chairman, Department of Economics, SGBIU, Amravati, Dr. A.H. Harne sir, Chairman, Board of Commerce, Dr. D.N. Vyas, Chairman, Board of Economics, Dr. Nikhil Kibe, nephrologist in Akola, and I also express my gratitude towards our international organizing committee members, Dr. Justin Paul sir, Editor-in-Chief, Professor, University of Reading, England, and University of Puerto Rico, USA, Dr. Monica Sethi Madam, in charge Vice Chancellor and Dean, Academics, KK Modi University, Durg, Mr. Raj Kapoor, founder and chairman of Blockchain Alliance. Due to some unavoidable reason, he is not able to join today's conference. Dr. A. Narasimha Venkatesha, Professor and Head, Department of HRM and General Management, ISBR Business School, Bangalore. Dr. Vinod Khadkekar, Professor, IEEE Fellow, WCS Department, Khalifa University, Abu Dhabi, UAE. Dr. Akshay Rathod, Professor, IEEE Fellow, Singapore Institute of Technology, Singapore. Dr. Arun Kumar Deshmukh sir, from Institute of Management Studies, Banaras, Hindu University, Varanasi. Dr. Deepak Kumar Chaudhary sir, Manager, Business and Development and Marketing from BSc Mumbai, for his keynote address, for accepting on time our invitation to deliver his keynote address. Thank you, sir. I also wish to express my gratitude towards our principal, Dr. Vijayam Sabu sir, for his minute-to-minute guidance, support, and for motivating us at every point of time in the organization of this event. Valuable guidance rooted from his wise experience to organize this conference and guiding us to fulfill the fundamental principles which inspired the same. An event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago. It requires time, energy, different perspectives, planning, and tipping scale precision for details. We are fortunate enough to be backed by a team of highly motivated, skilled, and dedicated individuals who have been kind enough to provide us the insight of their expertise and contributed for this conference. For without their help, it would have been a hefty feat to achieve. Thus, I am grateful to all my colleagues for their teamwork, cooperation, and inputs wherever needed. I also desire to express my thanks to all supporters who directly and indirectly involved in this mission. This wouldn't have been possible without the help of our technical committee. Thus, for them, I am in their debt. I acknowledge an unwavering support received from our HOD, Dr. Prashant Pisolkar sir, Dr. Kavle sir, faculty and staff member, and I hope that would keep supporting the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Now, with the permission of the chair, I hereby inform that the inaugural ceremony is over and we shall further proceed towards first technical session. For the first technical session, The first technical session will resume at 1 o'clock. All those who have joined us online should take a note of this, that at sharp 1, we shall start the first technical session of this international interdisciplinary virtual conference on challenges and innovations in commerce, humanities, science, and technology. Thank you, one and all. Dear delegates, before commencing the first session, we are going to have some paper presentations. Very soon, within 10 minutes, we shall have paper readings. So please be connected. Dear delegates, we shall start with the paper presentations. First is Gauri Suryavamshi. The topic of our research paper is cryptocurrency and digital assets. I invite Gauri Suryavanshi for her paper presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Today is the International Interdisciplinary Virtual Conference on Innovation and Challenges in Commerce, Humanities, Science and Technology. Today, my topic is cryptocurrency and digital assets. Abstract, our daily life have been merged online and they become more flexible and more effective. A huge growth in a number of online users has activated virtual world concept and created a new business phenomenon which cryptocurrency to facilitate the financial activities such as buying, selling and trading. The use of virtual currency has become widespread in many different systems in recent years. Virtual money is not fully controlled and regulated. Hence, most of the countries have not admitted the currency in their economic activities. This paper investigates about cryptocurrency, present legality, as well as future government moves impact on these currencies. The paper also analyzes investment risks in both Bitcoin and gold countries have been responded in terms of regulation and legalization towards cryptocurrencies to develop a clear picture of its impact on various laws in India in order to regulate it. Keywords: Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, challenges in cryptocurrency, government future moves on cryptocurrency, uses of cryptocurrency. The objective of the study to understand the concept of Bitcoin and its functioning, its regular trading. Second, to know legality and trading of Bitcoin in India. Third, to compare investment risk in between Bitcoin and gold. Introduction of Bitcoin. Today, all money economics because all economics have accepted certain countries. Money as a medium of exchange. The money supply causes inflation as well as deflation in economy by excess supply and contraction in money supply. Hence, currencies of different countries regulated by currencies and transaction. This brought greater innovation in new currency, that is cryptocurrency, one of the most advanced, ambitious regulation free currency. In this article, I made an attempt to study reading cryptocurrency and its development and transaction in India. Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency. It is a decentralized digital currency without a central bank or simple administration that can be sent from a user to use the paper peer-to-peer Bitcoin network without the need for intermediaries. Transactions are verified by networks nodes through cryptography and recorded in a public distributed ledger called a blockchain. Bitcoin was invented in 2008 by an unknown person or group of people using the name of Satoshi Nakamoto and started in 2009 when his source code was released as open source software. Bitcoin are created as a reward for a process known as mining. There can be exchange for other currency, product and services. Research Productivity University of Cambridge estimate that in 2017 there were 2.9 to 5.8 million unique users using a cryptocurrency wallet, most of them using Bitcoin. Research and methodology. Researchers have been selected analytical research methodology for this study. To satisfy the objective of the research, researcher uses secondary data from various publications by financial website, Government of India, general newspaper, books and magazine, etc. Bitcoin meaning and how it working. First, digital currency. Digital currency is nothing but a digital representation of the physical currency of a country. Digital currency can be used for transaction and all other utilities that normally would be carried out of usually physical currency. They are regulated by the government and can be used through debit, credit cards, online payment. Second, virtual currency. Virtual currency is neither issued by the government nor is regulated by the government. Virtual currency can be used for transaction in apps and games and are issued by the developers. They do not hold any real value, can only use digitally. That is, they cannot be converted to flat currency, digital or physical form. Virtual currency and digital currency is used interchangeably, but the difference is too clear from the mentioned fact. Now, cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency are not regulated by an authorities and are decentralized from a currency. They are created using cryptography, which makes it even more secure as doubt spending can be avoided. Moreover, are no intermediaries, so they can be directly transferred the receiver in their digital wallet. How does Bitcoin works? Each Bitcoin is basically a computer file which is stored in a digital wallet app on smartphone or computer. People can send Bitcoin or part of one to a digital wallet, and you can send Bitcoin to other people. Every single transaction is recorded in a public list called blockchain. Now, conclusion. Cryptocurrency seems to have moved past the early adoption phase that no technology experience, even motor vehicles experience this phenomenon. Bitcoin has begun to carve itself a niche market which could help advance cryptocurrency further into becoming mainstream or to the main cause of falling. Cryptocurrency are still in their infancy, and it is difficult to see if they will never find true mainstream presence in world market. Now, suggestion. Cryptocurrency can serve as a great tool from the financial point of view. As the study reveals that there are some firm accepting Bitcoin, the investing has begun about the transparency business module of these firms and the people who deal with Bitcoin. Second, legalization of cryptocurrency can take the Indian and India as a nation a platform which promises progressive growth. References is cryptocurrency, www.rbi.organization in www.buybitcoinworldwide.com, www.bitcoinprice.com, www.bbc.co.uk.com. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Gauri. Thank you so much. Next paper presenter is Khemraj Dange. Khemraj Dange, sir, is from Pacific Academy of Higher Education and Research, University, Udaipur, Rajasthan. The title of the paper of Dange sir is Data Science and Management, a study of theoretical approaches to computer systems with organization using advanced analytics. I request you, Dange sir, to kindly present your paper. And after Khemraj sir, Hiya Doshi, please be ready for your paper presentation. Over to you, Dange sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, madam. Slide to presentation.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. My research paper, data science and management, a study of theoretical approaches to computer system with organization using advanced analysis. Abstracts. The Data Administration Department of Corporation in responsibility of corporate data acquisition, retention, development.
Sorry to
and
disturb you, sir.
yes,
I would like to request to kindly please use full screen mode for the PowerPoint presentation.
yes, madam.
It would be be very clearly visible for the participants to read.
Yes, madam. So, madam, the invoice right full.
Or you can go to the slideshow view of the presentation.
Yes, now.
Sir, it is on the extreme right of the screen.
Yes, now. Madam, in my side, yes, ma'am. What?
No, sir, not yet. It's okay, sir. No issues. You can please continue. All right. No problem. Please carry on, sir.
Yes, we go to abstracts. The data administration Department of Corporation in responsibility of corporate data acquisition, retention, development, and implementation of any data related legislation inside that organization. The data management team manage the data resource. It is under represented in vital underlying technique is application. As a result of shift in the business viewpoint of data information management has literally reached unparalleled height. Despite the fact that big data integral component of data administration, record management, and data science are frequently considered separate responsibility. Data science encompasses for more than simply data mining. Good data scientists must be able to view business difficult through the prism of data. There is one data analyst reasoning has basic framework as well as theoretical feature that must be recognized. A data science perspective provide professional with organization and guidelines that provide the data analysis with structure of dealing with the challenges of getting significant insight through data. Introduction. The research paper under considered is study of big data management and data science. The major goal of the study performed through examination of data science and management. Theoretical approach to computer system with organization using advanced analytics will be critically discussed in study background. In this paper, big data analysis BDA is widely employed as new corporate intelligence activity. BDA is applicant complex software like data mining, test, and forecast on huge data. Business regard process, including development and use BDA technology method to support company success. Literature review. According to Srivajev, BD practice and the use of BDA methodology define dedicated piece of literature reveal that BD in its raw form, which comprise of massive amount of raw data collecting, does not deliver much value. BD analytic techniques may be through of the subsystem inside a bigger strategy of gaming BD inside. There are several type of BD available meet the specific decision support need desired enterprises. Retail organization until analytical approach to gain a competitive advantage and improve organization performance. Effective processes are required to carry out tasks such as continue diagnosis, strategic planning, and execution to assessment, BDA in order improve organization decision making and development. Research gap. The study evaluated the shortcoming revealed in earlier students severely. To close such gap, the study quickly demonstrated the importance of conducting a symmetric evaluation of big streaming data research using robust and systematic strategies to identify trend in big metadata tool within multiple companies within the computer system through studies of techniques and inventories and method. Research question: how is effective VDA business big data analysis procedure to such a continual evaluation, objective setting, and organization decision making execute? Second question: how big data analytics to fulfill the district decision support need to various companies? Third question: how is body research on big data analytics potential and how to business might use them? Importance of study. The presented research paper is utmost important because have briefly discussed big data management and data science, the theoretical approach to computer system with organizations using advanced analytics. Research objective. In this research paper, 3 objectives are included. First, to assess the effectiveness VDA procedures such a continual evaluation, objective setting, organization, decision making, executions. To second question, to analyze big data analysis to fulfill district decision support need to various company. The third objective, to address the body of research big data analysis, its potential and how to business might use them. Research scopes and limitation. The study of limitation indicate to use of big data processing and data performance in company operation in this circumstance. Future research might look several regulatory addition researching role of modifiers such as quality management in this setting may strengthen the research and bring novel insight. Will this study provide important insight into important performance indicator in SME? By evaluating the proposed structure, it is suggest that additional research be conduct determine whether the proposed scheme various other industrial situation. Research methodology. Secondary source such as general book, article, web publication will be used supplement research. Epistemology is philosophy employed in the research. In data analysis, the explanatory and descriptive techniques are employed achieve result. The idea interpretism was used to carry on this study because the critical secondary data collecting in order to obtain realizing data that's beneficial achieving the research objective. The data was gathering through Google Scholar paper and general and relevant article. Analysis of data. How is effective of business big data analysis procedure such a continual evaluation, objective setting, organization, decision making, execute. This study also looks at meditating function of knowledge management practice in relation to ABDA, advanced big data analysis, and OP. To obtain information from respondent to work SME, a customized questionnaire was employed in this research paper. Baron Kenny approach is employed in meditation according to the data. ABDA is a positive and substantial effect to OV. Furthermore, SME KMP has magnetic relationship between ABDA and OP because the data set only contain SME from Pakistan controlled Kashmir may be indicated other area. As a result, finding have a limitation general application. The finding have both conceptual practical implication to top executive in business, particularly in developing countries. Administrative performance is tied to industry attempt to achieve goal, which includes stakeholder need as well as market durability. OP compare company's actual production is success to the intended effective to goal. Better production is also dependent on the company ability engaged to win, improve your secure scientific information system, successfully applying everything in a way of benefit of the company. The second question, how big data analytics apps decision support need to various companies. In the 2016 International Big Data Survey, key decision, 2000 professionals were asked to select group the best statistics their bank decision making process, the quantities research approach won in the option information. Judgment call category diagnosis analysis won 34 basic point in somewhat statistics section. Participating modeling won the very statistical section 36%. Pool finding consist with science of emphasis the importance one or more types statistical various stage of such across time. Informative analytics is sort of data analytics that is used to obtain explanation for what happened. For example, a company was able to answer serious what happened question and choose target product categories after analyze monthly sales, income by product group, as well as total number of metal part produced each month using insights of experience. The analysis diagnosis, for example, with signs of B1 customer may be observed that retailer may be delay into revenue total benefit to determine why the firm missed their net income target. The goal of scenario analysis is so exactly how utilize is prevent future problem or profit on consistent basis. Third question, how is body research on big data analysis is potential how to business might use them. Technology for storing data processing are easily accessible and low cost. Potential to an user in systemic regulation in research, development, and marketing for the firm. Several companies like Amazon, Google, and other were yearly early command and examination examining success factor to identify what increase corporate profit and user involved. Collected data is used by brick and mortar companies to densely test their own skill to suggest user data by consulting payment patent data of million to client by use of loyal customer and data collected use evaluated many chance how to accomplish most advertise greatness or target client getting to financial decision and under other enterprise using data analysis gather intelligence. The result of and future scope. Data science is recent movement that has emerged in recent year with several creative organizations attempting use big data analysis in order to compete in the industrial world. Many other organizations failed to secure data algorithm. They had infrastructure necessary to apply head of. Will other forget to consider private license before joining the market? The third point, use of any big data and analytics to site improve can improve efficiency and overall effectiveness. Fourth point, when entities utility big data and technology, other who can ideally predict now also wide thing, but rather increase process performance more likely to be used. Fifth point, business also promoted excellence, innovating many data analysis capability of organization, pooling, retrieval, merging, and dismining and organization future include such big data strategy may improve the effective use of big data system and references. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Ms. Hiya Doshi for her paper presentation. Her paper topic is GST and Indian economy. Over to Hiya Doshi.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Hiya from Mumbai, and I'm from SIS College, and I would like to present my paper. And my topic is GST and the Indian economy. Just a second. So the first is abstract. The research is outlined careful. Research is outlined as careful thought of study relating to a specific subject or concern victimization of scientific strategies. GST or goods and service tax may be a uniform revenue enhancement levied on all products and services across India and has replaced several different taxes like VAT, the excise duty, service tax, surcharges, and extra duties on customs. This paper is written as an effort to review the thoughts on GST and way it's considerably wedged the Indian economy in conjunction with the introduction and salient options of planned GST and the way it will work. This paper additionally aims at highlighting the benefits and challenges of GST within the Indian state of affairs. Keywords are goods and service tax, that is GST, Indian economy, tax system of India, VAT, prices. Objectives of the study. The first objective of this study is to review the thought of products and service tax, GST, and its impact on Indian economy. The second one is to grasp how GST works in India. Third one is to understand the benefits and challenges of GST in Indian context. Research methodology. The study focuses on in-depth study of secondary information collected from national and international journal, that is Journal of Internet Banking and Commerce, IOSR journals, Business and Economic Journal, government reports, that is worldwide journals, gstcouncil.government.in, publications from numerous websites, that is ResearchGate, Avalera, that centered on different aspects of goods and service tax. So Ekta Narula and Priyanshi Rastogi in 2016 have explained that the main aim of GST is to streamline the existing indirect tax system with a single tax on consumption of goods and service manufacture and sales. It is accepted worldwide, and around 140 countries of the world are following the GST law. It will be applied on goods and service at every stage of word to be added to the goods, which include all indirect taxes of central and state government. Application of GST in India will result in the growth of economy and boost the overall GDP of the country. Introduction. Tax word springs from the Latin word taxar, which implies to assess. In easy terms, it means that a charge, typically of cash obligatory by a government on personal or property for public functions. The Indian legal system includes of two sorts of tax. The first one is direct tax and second is indirect tax. Taxes that are paid straight onto the government by tax money handler is termed as direct tax. That is taxation, capital levy, corporation tax, etc. etc. A tax that is levied on production and sales of products and services by government on the tax money handler is an indirect tax. For example, excise duty, VAT, service tax, etc. The Goods and Service Tax GST was passed with the Parliament on 29th March 2017 and came into effect on 1st July 2017. It is a multi-stage legal system and it is applied on the scale of products and services. GST is the biggest tax reform in India based on notion of one nation, one market, one tax. India has become the quickest growing major economy in the world and is predicted to be one amongst the most highest three economic powers within the world over consequent 10 to 15 years. Quite 150 countries have already enforced GST to date across the planet. Under GST, there is a mix of central and state taxes into one tax. It might additionally enhance the position of India in each domestic as well as international market. In India, merchandise and services are divided into five tax slab of assortment. First one is 3%, 5%, 12%, 18%, and 28% respectively. The existing revenue enhancement structure in India is as follows. The first one is central tax, which includes central excise duty. The central excise duty is an indirect tax, that is, each person, rich or poor, is liable to pay indirect tax indirectly on purchase of goods which have already been charged to the duty. Further, further duties of excise. Act 7 of 1986, additional excise duty in the place of sales tax are presently being levied on sugar, tobacco, silk fabrics, woolen fabrics, cotton fabrics, and man-made fabrics as per the rates specified in the first schedule of additional duties of excise goods of special importance act 1957. The third one is excise duty levied underneath Medicative and Toiletries Preparation Act, an act to provide for the levy on and collection of duties of excise on medicinal and toilet preparations containing alcohol, drugs, and narcotics. Further duties of custom, that is CVD and SAD, subsume contravailing duty, that is CVD, and special additional duty, that is SAD. Service tax. So service tax is a tax charged by government on India on specific service transactions carried out by service provider. Surcharges and cess. Cess is calculated on total tax and surcharge amount. The surcharge is calculated on total tax amount only. The second one we know is state tax, and it includes state VAT or excise. VAT is meant for state government, and central excise tax is levied by central government. Purchase tax, a tax added to the price of goods sold to consumers. Amusement tax, or other than those levied by native bodies. So entertainment or amusement tax is levied by on commercial shows, movie tickets, sporting events, music festivals, amusement parks, exhibitions, theater shows, and other private festivals. Luxury tax. It is a tax levied on products that are considered non-essential or are affordable only to the wealthiest consumers. The last one is empty tax, or all forms of all forms. Empty tax is a fee levied on the state governments on transfer of goods from one state to another, and taxes on lottery, sporting, and gambling. Although taxes on crude merchandise, electricity, alcoholic drinks, and are individually by the authorities, there is a special rate of 0.25% on rough precious and semi-precious stone and 3% on gold. There have been
ये देखो
220
यूट्यूब पे लाइव प्रसारण हुआ वहां पे मैंने पता ही नहीं झूठ तो ही बोल रही है देखो सच से
there have been 227 things within the 28% slab that have currently cropped to 62 things, whereas the rest of the things have currently been placed within 18% slab. The year 2022 might witness a possible arrange of GST provision and have currently been placed within the GST provision and rate slabs, keeping in mind all the strain of varied industries while keeping into mind to meet its tax targets. Given the sustained economic revival from the pandemic, digitization is going to be the mantra of this year. January 2022 has been recorded as a month with highest collection of GST since the day it has absolutely been implemented. The gross assortment is at 1 crore 40,986 rupees. Rationalization of tax slab is the key focus, and it's expected that present 4 slab structure are going to be reduced to 3 slab structure. The government is predicted to still lower the custom on components and raw components and elements utilized by makers, and additionally increase excise duties on import of finished merchandise. Recently, it has been additionally proclaimed that taxpayers have annual turnover of up to rupees 5 crore aren't needed to file the reconciliation statement in kind GST 9C, and therefore the taxpayers having annual turnover of up to 2 crores aren't needed to file annual return in GST 9. The suggestions that I would like to give are to produce additional skills and awareness to the individuals of Republic of India regarding GST. The loss of government revenue ought to be managed and remunerated correctly through proper diversification of funds while not to burden anyone. There ought to be a scale back within the frequency of come. There ought to be a rise within the threshold limit for obtaining accounts audited, considering all the complexities concerned with audit. Yet, because the time and energy needed is very huge. Reducing the amount of tax slab rates. As mentioned, 4 slab rates should be reduced to 3 slabs. The central and therefore the authorities ought to be in correct understanding and cooperative with one another for self-made implementation of GST. The merits of GST in India, or the advantages, as you say, are GST has brought along variety of taxes into one tax, simplifying the taxation method of service and merchandise business. GST are going to be levied solely at the ultimate destination for consumption support, and that principle are not varied points from producing to retail outlets. This may facilitate the removing economic development of typical national market. GST is aimed towards reducing corruption and sales without receipts. GST brings responsibility and regulation to all or any of the unorganized sector within the country. With GST replacement, multiple states and central tax, the tax collected is probably going to be distributed across the country, providing funds for development or the developing or even underdeveloped pockets of the Indian country. GST brings uniformity within the taxation method and permits centralized registration that offers an opportunity to all the little business to file their tax returns quarterly via a one online mechanism. This reduces the multiplicity of taxes as they are doing not to have resources to rent tax specialists. GST would be easier and easier to administer than all the opposite indirect taxes levied up to now. The demerits or disadvantages of India are as follows. At present, variant speculations are going on. Once the GST can truly be application in our country, looking into the political surrounding of the country, it looks that a bit longer is going to be needed to confirm that everyone is satisfied with this. The states are confused on whether or not GST can hamper their revenues. The central government has assured the states regarding compensation just in case the revenue falls down. Still, a bit mistrust is a severe bulk. The GST could be a super form of tax. However, for the prospering implementation of a similar, there are a few challenges that ought to face to the implementing a GST in our India. Following are the number of factors that has to be unbroken in mind regarding GST. First one is GST theme has augmented the price of operation. So with its implementation, the business now calls for employing tax professionals and trains its employees in GST compliance. This results in a rise of the expenses for small business, becoming GST compliant while increasing the overhead costs. Second one is in keeping with the sooner theme. The excise duty was levied solely on business with associate turnover of rupees 1.5 crore. However, currently businesses with associate annual turnover of rupees 40 crore large 40 lakhs large integer ought to be paid taxes below the new GST fee. Third one is the tax burden has augmented on small and medium enterprises, that is SMEs, and it has increased the tax liabilities for small and medium enterprises, that is SMEs. Several international or domestic firms and subsume mediate states and union territories with obligatory GST filing across cities. The registration would possibly become complicated and take an extended time. Since GST is an associate IT driven law, it can't be certain whether or not all states in the Indian country are presently equipped with infrastructure and force convenience to embrace this law. Solely some states have enforced this e-governance model. Even nowadays, some states use the manual VAT return system. I would like to conclude this paper with this following para. Tax policies play a very crucial role in the economy through their impact on each potency and equity. A decent legal system ought to confine greed problems with financial gain distribution and at a similar time. Additionally, endeavor to get tax revenues to support government expenditure or public services and infrastructure development. The continuing tax reforms on moving to goods and service tax would impact the economy. Additional international trade companies, also the shoppers. There has been a decent deal of criticism, however, as appraisal of the planned service tax regime, it's ought to be of a serious improvement over the pre-existing central excise duty at the national level, also the excise system at the state level. At this, sorry, GST is merely VAT and service tax. However, a serious improvement over the previous system of VAT and disjointed service tax, even revolution, one rate would facilitate and maintain simplicity and transparency by treating all merchandise and services as equal while not giving special treatment to some special merchandise or services. This may scale back judicial proceedings on the classification problems. It's additionally expected to implementation of GST within the Indian framework can cause business edges that were by the VAT system and would primarily cause economic development. Thus, GST could begin the likelihood of a collective gain for trade, agriculture, and customary shoppers. Moreover, as for the central government and also the regime, sooner or later, the GST can sure knock the doors of the Indian country. And once that happens, we have a tendency to, as future torch bearers of the profession, are needed to be ready and totally equipped with our information concerning GST. Forewarned as and forearmed, thus we have a tendency and should be able to subsume GST and lots of different changes that are about to surface in our country. Slowly, India shall move to hitch the planet wide standards in taxation, company laws, and social control practices, and among the leaders of these fields. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity, and thank you so much for listening to this patiently.
Thank you so much, Hia. Your insights on GST and Thank you so much, Hia. Your insights on GST and Indian economy was very helpful. Now I request Dipti Borani ma'am to present her paper. Her paper title is General Idea About Human Rights, which every person must know. Over to Dipti Borani, madam.
Good evening, sir, and all other members present. Myself, Advocate Dipti Borani, Akola, Maharashtra. My topic is general idea about the human rights which every person must know. So it is well said that violating human rights is abuse to the nation. So my first topic is what are human rights? Human rights are the basic rights available to any human being by virtue of his birth.
Sorry for interrupting, ma'am, but can you please turn on your video? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Please continue.
It is inherent in all human beings, irrespective of their nationality, religion, language, sex, color, or any other consideration. The Protection of Human Rights Act 1993 defines human rights as human rights means the rights relating to the life, liberty, equality, and dignity of the individual guaranteed by the Constitution or embodied in the international covenants and enforceable by the courts in India. Protection of human rights is essential for the development of the people of the country, which ultimately leads to development of the nation as a whole. Constitution of India guarantees basic rights to each and every individual, every citizen of India. The framers of the Constitution have put their best efforts in putting down the necessary provisions. However, with the continuous development taking place, the horizon of human rights has also expanded. Parliamentarians are now playing a great role in recognizing the rights of people and passing statutes, amending provisions, etc., as and when required. Now, development of human rights. The human rights in India originated long time ago. It can easily be recognized from the principle of Buddhism, Jainism. Hindu religious books and religious texts like Gita, Vedas, Arthashastra, and Dharmashastra also contain the provisions of human rights. Greek rulers like Akbar, Jahangir were also very much appreciated for this regard for the rights and justice. During the early British era, people suffered a great violation of several rights, and this led to the birth of modern human rights jurisprudence in India. On January 24, 1947, Constituent Assembly to form an advisory committee on fundamental rights. Drafted list of rights were prepared by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Harman Singh, K. M. Munshi, and Congress Expert Committee. Although there were few amendments proposed, there was almost no disagreement on the principles. The rights in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights were almost completely covered in the Indian Constitution. Indian fundamental rights were directly principles of state policy. 19 fundamental rights were covered in
Okay, thank you, madam. Next, I would like to invite CS Suraj Khandelwal sir to present his paper.
fundamental rights were covered in the Motilal Nehru Committee report. Out of 10 of the fundamental rights, whereas 3 of them appear as a fundamental duties. The human rights. There are various reasons to say human rights are very much important and required, such as human rights ensure people have basic needs. And human rights protect vulnerable groups from abuse. Human rights allow people to stand up. Hello, whether I'm able to listen? Who has human rights? Absolutely everyone, head of state, children, men, women, Africans, Americans, Europeans, refugees, stateless persons, the unemployed, those in the employment, bankers, those accused of carrying out acts of terrorism, charity workers, teachers, dancers, astronauts, etc. Each and every person has a human rights. Even criminals have human rights or not? Absolutely yes. Criminals are also humans too. The power of human rights lies in the very fact that they treat everyone as equal in terms of possessing human dignity. Some people may have violated the rights of others or may pose a threat to society and may therefore need to have their rights limited in some way in order to protect others, only within certain limits. These limits are defined as being when we talk about human rights, not about human responsibilities. Although some thinkers and NGOs have put forward strong arguments for the need of human responsibilities and even codes or declaration to articulate this, the human rights community has generally been reticent about this issue. The reason is that many governments make the granting of human rights dependent on the certain duties imposed by the state or ruler. This way, making the whole idea as a right.
Sorry to interrupt, madam, but you are not audible. Moving on to our next paper, I would like to invite Mandavkar madam to present her paper.
Thank you, madam. I'm there. Am I audible to all?
Yes, madam, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you very much. I first of all thank the organizers, the college, Shankarlal Khandelwal College, Akola, Pisolkar sir, who really is a mentor guide always. So thank you, sir, for this opportunity. And it is really, I'm hearing the presentations and the content part. The topic that you have selected is really wonderful. Now, I'll be speaking on the topic which I have presented my paper on. Okay, so just let me know if the things are. So my study was on it was a conceptual study that I had taken on, and it was more related to the the tools and techniques, how we manage stress and how why does this stress actually come upon. We see that most of the times it is due to the work-life imbalance that causes. Like, now we see that most of the employees that are working in the organization, they are so much busy. Now, apart from, for example, if we take our own examples, like teaching, apart from teaching, we have to handle so many other portfolios, which we have to give our 100% in every portfolio. Now, when government has made accreditations also compulsory, it becomes again an extra things to put in efforts for the quality education that we give to our students, and thereby reaching the excellence. To achieve excellence, we are all striving hard. Now, when we are all striving hard in this to achieve excellence, somewhere, we don't realize that we are being overloaded by multiple things to do. And when we are overloaded with multiple things to do, somewhere we lose the, balance between striking the balance between our personal life and our professional life. So somewhere I really felt that this was actually, I took me as an example, and somewhere I was, had faced this problem few days earlier, and I did not realize at all that there were some symptoms which were the symptoms of stress. And I did not realize these symptoms, and then it aggravated and it took a call on my health. So somewhere this, motivated me to go for this particular study. Now, I did the study. Basically, the objectives of my study are, first was I identified the various aspects actually of stress, like what are the causes of stress actually, and the effects of stress. And then I realized that it was the main cause of stress was that when people are unable to handle their task or the daily routines, and somewhere in the routine they feel that the routines are very exhaustive, or the pressures that are coming up day by day, day in and day out, are also so high that they are unable to, strike a balance. And this somewhere, needed to be addressed. And I thought that, let me understand the causes and the effects of what actually are the reasons that cause stress. Then further going into the study, I thought that why not there are certain tools and techniques, even our old traditions our cultures have given us so many things. But somewhere in this rat race, we are forgetting our old traditions, cultures, or the things that about relaxation techniques, the meditation that are even our forefathers or grandparents or the ancestors have given us. We are forgetting. We see that the current youth of today have really so very fast, they have accepted the Western culture, and they are, going ahead with it. So somewhere the schedules, the routines have changed, and these all things have, invited a lot of problems for human beings. And after analyzing the, tools and techniques, I just worked upon what can be the various ways where we can really overcome the stress. Okay, so this was how, in very simple, having simple objectives, I tried to analyze I went further ahead with my study, and then starting with what exactly is work-life balance. Why is it important? Because if we have a proper work-life balance, and we can more, focus on the things, we can more concentrate on the things which we really need to be concentrating on. We really need to be giving time to, and thereby, a sense of satisfaction that we would be deriving from it is very different. And then how do we really maintain this work-life balance? There are many ways that we can really maintain this work-life balance. Basically, it's like, how we manage our time effectively. Like when I had a lot of things to do, then I started deciding on the priorities. And sometimes it is, when we decide on the priorities and we decide that for a day I can complete only these many tasks, and then I can only stick to those tasks which are really important, and then go ahead with the other things which are less important on the other day I can. So this prioritizing really helped me bring self-discipline in me. Okay. Now, when now self-discipline really starts with, being self-organized. And then, this is how I really started with. And then started realizing that what is exactly stress. Now, stress, we all have really faced in our lives. And each and every one has come across stress. We see that, right, the children, even the 10th, 12th standard students also are facing the problem of stress because their exams are on, and they have to, this time, the classes were online, but in spite of that, they have to give their exams offline. So stress is for every individual. Now, each and every human being in some part of their life have experienced this stress. So what actually I was stating was, there are certain symptoms actually which, can be categorized into three parts. That is the mental stress that we have, the physical. The symptoms are mental symptoms, certain which we really don't realize that we really are going through that stressful thing. Then a physical is there, and behavioral. Now, if I talk about the mental symptoms of stress, we can see that the mental symptoms of stress have, I'm not able to concentrate. I'm not able to think properly. Or we are not able to, pay attention. Our attention on a specific thing is very low. Or, somewhere, sometimes face loneliness, or feel like isolated, or feel like not going about or not moving in social gatherings. This also can be a symptom. These all are mental symptoms. But then one has to, realize that these symptoms are the symptoms of stress. And then coming to the physical symptoms, actually. Physical symptoms is sometimes I feel it's a fatigue.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am, but your given time is up. Kindly conclude your session.
Okay. So, thank you. Actually, I would conclude saying that organizations or institutions can facilitate by striking a work-life balance. How they can facilitate is they can have programs for their employees, wherein they can really help the employees, manage their time properly, and see to it that how they decide on their priorities and how they self-explore, and also certain amount of flexibility also should be there in the organization. So as it is rightly said, as long as you enjoy good health and you can keep stress away from you, you can have a happy and great life. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, madam. I request Dr. Jayashree Sakadkade, madam, to take the charge of the first technical session.
Hello. Swagatam, Suswagatam. I welcome one and all in the first technical session of International Interdisciplinary Virtual Conference on Innovations and Challenges in Commerce, Humanities, Science and Technology, organized by Shankarlal Khandelwal College, Akola. In this session, we have Honorable Dr. Monica Sethi Sharma, Vice Chancellor and Dean, Academic, K.K. Modi University, Durg, India, as our president for this session. And as a resource person, we have Honorable Dr. Vinod Khadkikar, Professor, EECS Department, Khalifa University, Abu Dhabi, UAE. I welcome all the dignitaries. Dear friends, our today's resource person, we have researcher par excellence in the form of Honorable Dr. Vinod Khadkikar. He is an IEEE Fellow and a professor
in EECS department at Khalifa University, Abu Dhabi, UAE. He is B in Electrical, Electronics and Power from the Government College of Engineering, Aurangabad in 2000, and MTech from IIT Delhi in 2002, and PhD in Electrical Engineering from the ETS Montreal, Canada in 2008. From December 2008 to March 2010, he was a postdoctoral fellow at University of Western Ontario, London, Ontario, Canada. From April 2010 to December 2010, he was a visiting professor at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Cambridge, USA. He has contributed over 50 IEEE transactions papers and has Google Scholar H index of 43. He is ranked 148 among researchers in electrical and electronic engineering in the list of world's top 2% of career-long scientists as of November 2020, released by Stanford University. His research interests are application of power electronics in distribution system and renewable energy resources, grid interconnection issues, power quality enhancement, active power filters, and electric vehicles. I request him to elaborate the theme of the conference. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope you can hear me. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I hope you can see my screen as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks a lot for the very long introduction. I know there is a limited time, so I'll go directly into my talk. Before that, I would like to thank you for this the college for giving me this opportunity to deliver a keynote. At the same time, I would like to thank you, Dr. Archana Khandelwal, for inviting me for this keynote. So what I'm going to talk today about my experience related with electrical vehicle, where things are heading, and some of the research activity of what I'm doing here at Khalifa University. So when it goes to electrical vehicles, although it's very happening word recently, you will see everyone is talking about electrical vehicles. But if you think about the IC, the regular gasoline-based vehicles, they started somewhere around 1885. And it is always wondered when the electrical vehicle actually started. Surprisingly, electrical vehicles were also being developed around the same time. But at that time, the technology was not really up to the mark. So IC engine took over and they became a dominant force for transportation. Now, coming back in the present days, when it comes as architecture, we can see that the development, how things develop or evolved over time. So the IC engine, we know the problem with them, a lot of emissions and so forth. Then things started as non-plug-in hybrid vehicle. So what happens in non-plug-in hybrid? You have the gasoline engine and you have the batteries as well. So you have some storage batteries, and basically the energy is taken out of these batteries. But in case of non-plug-in, you do not have external connections, meaning you cannot charge this vehicle from outside. They are being charged from the gasoline engine itself. So the energy generated from this, it goes to the battery, and then the battery powers the vehicle. Then came the plug-in hybrid electrical vehicle. So plug-in has the option, so you can connect to the AC power supply, and you can independently charge the batteries. So they operate both on the gasoline, so petrol or diesel. At the same time, they operate with the batteries. So what we say, technically, there are two combinations. One is a plug-in parallel, so both are connected parallel, or we say series, so the gasoline and they are connected as a series combination. So I would not go in detail what are the benefits and so forth. And recently we talk about all full electrical vehicles. So there is no IC engine, everything is battery packs and so forth. Now, again, I'm sorry, it might appear a little bit too technical if the background is not on the core side. My experience is mostly on the power electronics side. So I design electronics for different applications. So electrical vehicle is one of them. So you would see in this configuration, there are a lot of electronics, but I'm going to focus more on the how they are being charged. And inside, there are a lot of things. We have this battery. What we get in general is the AC supply. We convert that AC into DC. Batteries are basically in DC form. And then we have the motor. The motor runs on the AC. So we need different conversion processes. What we call in electronics, these are called as converters, either DC to DC converter, DC to AC converter, AC to DC, and so forth. Now, when it comes to charging, so there are different types of chargers. So we say type 1. So for example, type 1 usually uses single phase AC charging. So since it's a single phase AC, the rate of charging is very slow. It takes anywhere between 10 to 15 hours to really charge the car. Then we have three phase as a type 2 chargers. They use a three-phase power, so the rate of power or energy delivery is higher. So in that case, it happens between 2 to 7 hours and so forth. And more recently, what we say is a DC fast charger. So these are off-board, meaning they are not, so type 1 and type 2 are on the vehicle, whereas DC fast charger, they are external. They are, the charger circuit is outside. And since it's a DC, we can do it at very high rate. So the rate is substantially high. So you can actually charge the batteries in less than 5 to 10 or 15 minutes maximum. But then the energy required is high. The cost associated with those chargers are also high. Now, as a charger, if you see any electrical vehicle, you might find any of these options. So option 1 is typical type 1 and type 2. Option 2 is again type 1 along with the DC charging. And more recent, you would see, so sorry, this type 2 option is also called as a CHAdeMO. In literature, we call them as a CHAdeMO. And where the industry is going is option 3, where both the options are connected together as one socket. So based on your supply, whether it's a single phase, 3-phase AC or DC, the power is being transferred. And again, this is a little bit technical. What are those pins inside? Those are for the AC line. There is a neutral, there is earthing, and CP and PP are usually used to communicate the vehicle along with the charger itself. So we need a bidirectional communication so that how much power and energy need to be transferred and so forth. And then there are 2 terminals for DC fast charging. Now, what are the challenges? So when we talk about electrical vehicle in general, so most of these owners are individual, and at home, usually we have single phase power supply. So when you want to charge the vehicle, usually it takes a lot of time, somewhere around 12 to 15 hours, and a lot of time it's not feasible. Second, when you go outside, there are no infrastructure available. So in a country like India now, EV is picking up, and we are seeing that the charging options are increasing, but still they are almost very close to none because the size of country like India is huge, so the infrastructure requirement is high. And lastly, the cost involved to develop this charging station, they are expensive. And if you want to do the DC fast charging, even the cost increases significantly. So as an EV user, we always say, I have range anxiety, meaning I'm always worried. I want to go from point A to point B. Will I be able to go? What happens my battery run out of the charge? I'll be stuck in the nowhere and so forth. So most of the EV user, when they have to travel long distances, they're always worried that whether I'll be able to reach to my destination or not. So to solve this problem, there are a lot of things that are happening in terms of research, but we initiated this work a couple of years, like almost 4 years ago, that why not to really use another electrical vehicle to charge the one to another one. What we call that as a V2V power. So meaning is one electrical vehicle which is fully charged and someone who is in distress, we can actually help each other. And I see there is a business case as well. So basically, this is a visualization of one vehicle which requires the charge, the another vehicle can give charge and so forth. So when I initiated this project in my university and I got the funding of almost $1 million to carry this work, the obvious question was, why you really need to make the connection. It should be natural because there are two batteries, right? What happens in our diesel based or petroleum based car, and you might have noticed that sometimes the batteries are down, so we just connect them to another vehicle and we say it's a jump started, right? Isn't it that simple? So answer to that question is no, because in case of petrol and gasoline, the batteries are standard. They are 12-volt batteries. But when it comes to electrical vehicles, surprisingly, every manufacturer uses different DC voltages. So it ranges from anywhere around 300. It goes as high as 450 to 500 volts as well. And from the power side of point of view, the power or energy always flow from high potential to the lower potential. So if I want to charge a car which is at 250 volt and the car which is willing to give me the charge is at 200 volt, then energy will not be flowing from fully charged to uncharged vehicle. It will actually flow from uncharged to the charged vehicle because of the potential difference. So for that reason, we need something in the middle. So that's first requirement. And second requirement is, how do I know that I'm driving on the highway and I'm running out of the charge? So I need to broadcast that information that, okay, I need some charge and so forth. And this I try to explain very simple way. It's like Uber or Ola. You want to request a taxi or car, you basically place the order on the platform, and the platform goes gives that information to the nearby the drivers, and they pick the signal and they come and willing to take the ride, right? So something similar is actually required to make the V2V possible. And this is again generalized concept of what is needed. So to connect these two vehicles together, what is required main is power electronics. That's my area of interest. And a lot of communication side is also required. So I'll just demonstrate what we have been doing in very simple couple of slides. And this is based on the research publication. We also filed a patent last year ago on things we are developing. So as I mentioned earlier, that we may need some power electronics as a physical device outside to transfer the power from one vehicle to another one. But then we came up with, because all the EVs they are driven by the motors. So each EV has their own motors, and it has a lot of electronics on the vehicle itself. So idea is really to reutilize them. And the only requirement is we need to get access to the neutral of the motor, which is again, it's not a big challenge. Technically, it just need to get that as the output of the vehicle, and then you connect two batteries together. With this, because the motors are there, we have a high inductor, and for the current, a high inductor means it's a smoothing effect. So we can actually transfer power at very high rate, right? So again, I'll not really go too much into detail, but if there are any follow-up question, I'll be happy to explain what exactly happened. And based on different battery voltage levels and who is giving to whom, there are different modes of operation electrical vehicle user have to worry about or need to operate in. So we actually did a lot of studies. There is a lot of in-depth analysis and so forth. And this is how the power will flow. But again, sorry for that. It's too crowded slide. It just provides in power electronics, we say we need to operate either buck or boost mode based on the battery voltage level and so forth. We can basically realize that using what we have proposed. Another aspect which is very critical is when we are actually, because I said we're going to use the motor. Now, when we are injecting high frequency current, there are chances that the motor will generate electromagnetic field and will start rotating, meaning moving the vehicle. So we did in-depth analysis. The software tool we use is FEM. It provides very detailed assessment, and we found that it does not really produce any rotating magnetic field, meaning there is no moment of machine because there is no torque produced, there is no speed. Uh, Second, little bit technical detail. So when motor is running, these are 4 poles. They are generated. This gives the reflection. This figure gives the reflection that the machine is running. And this provides the information that when we are doing V2V power transfer, basically there are no concentrated poles are generated. So there is no possibility for that motor to start rotating. Now, to develop the concept, we actually built a lab prototype as well and did extensive studies and assessment. And this is just one of the experimental results where we have shown that you can actually use this concept to increase the charging rate as well. With this, you can actually give energy to another user and so forth. And but more on the efficiency side, what really happens for different aspect of the system. We just nutshell, we found that the efficiency is almost same. There is no impact actually, because again, it's going to happen as a short duration. Another thing for this project we did is we developed an app using crowd sensing platform. But again, this is not my background. I have another team members. Their background is more on the computer side. So we have collectively developed an app where you can actually register yourself, and then if you want to participate into V2V, you can do basically a lot of things and so forth. So that is another thing. And before closing, I'll just give one or two more slides, my thoughts. So in the commercial avenue, you will find that there is a company in the Europe. What they do is they use the external chargers. So I was mentioning in the beginning, you may need something to connect this vehicle together. And you can see the size of the charge is too big. It is taking the entire space of the vehicle. And that's not a feasible solution because you're adding weight and you need to carry that all the time. So that's extra burden on the vehicle. So this kind of solution does not really help in practical system. The solution we are proposing has the better feasibility. Even now, more recently, you will say Hyundai and Sona Motor and so forth. They are also going in this direction. They see this is another good possibility to support other EV user when they are in distress or the battery is drained out, they are stuck somewhere and so forth. So my final thoughts are on this topic. There are endless opportunity. This is a more recent research topic. And communication also plays a very important role. There is something called trust because someone is going to come to you or you're going to go to someone to give your charge. So you will be always worried about your safety. What is that next person, how it would be. So we can use the social media, social network really to define and grade them, how trustworthy they are. And finally, about the payments as well. How secure these payments are and what would be basically possibilities. So with that, I would close my talk. Thank you. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you, sir, for your valuable guidance, and it will definitely prove beneficial for our participants. Thank you again. Dear participants, Chairman of this session, Dr. Monika Sethi Sharma, is a multi-dimensional personality. Presently, she is leading KK Modi University, Durg, Chhattisgarh, in the capacity of in-charge Vice Chancellor and Dean Academic. Prior, she was a Dean and Director, Commerce and Management, Incubation and Innovation Cell, Kalinga University, Raipur. She has more than 25 years of academic experience with the best of institute and universities across the country. She also served at SP Jain, Mumbai, and at IIM Raipur as a visiting faculty. Her leadership positions include her position as a head school of Commerce and Management and Research, ITM University, Raipur. As a teacher, she has been honored with the Best Teacher Award, Excellence Award at Working, and Outstanding Award as a leader. She is also a recipient of Best Paper Presenter Award at International Platform Malaysia. She has published more than 30 research papers in national and international conferences, and her 25 papers are published in national and international journals. She's also known as a trainer at management development programs, faculty development programs in public and private sector and business colleges across the country. She's an expert in management methodologies, experiential learning, innovations, and creative teaching to meet academic excellence. She's an entrepreneur focused on uplifting the student community by connecting the dots and innovative idea. Her area of expertise is to bring up the business idea into real life business. I welcome her and request to share her knowledge and expertise with us. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam, you are not audible.
I'm audible?
Yes. Now you are audible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rachita, ma'am. Thanks a ton. I must thank the college to invite me as a chairperson. It is very good to share with all the academicians that how innovation is important for we as an academician to survive in this digital world. All the faculties, we all are faculties, we all are academicians. And believe me, we all faculties are like a root, because root tree stands. Trees are capable of growing deep roots, but the roots has to be strong to influenced by the soil and the climate condition. Similarly, the faculty members are the root, but we should have the strong knowledge related to the subject, which makes our student capable to build their knowledge and understanding about the subject to grow in their life. I know when we talk about innovation, when we talk about experiential learning, when we talk about how do we bring difference in the education, we really face lots of challenges. At KK Modi University, Durg, we really work very hard to bring upon the innovation and creativity in every course which we teach to the student. Though we also face lots of challenges. When we talk about challenges, I personally feel you will all agree to it. The present scenario, the course structure which we have, it's more of theoretical or conceptual knowledge without offering any activities or any function which makes us feel that the student is going from the low order thinking to high order thinking. This is what the major problem we as a faculty feel in an institute or in a university. When we talk about the syllabus of the course, it doesn't provide the practical work experience and industry orientation for their experiences. It really lack, the syllabus really lack the knowledge or the skills which will be required for their job future. There are many curriculum which are outdated. We all know it has not been required. It has lost the importance in the present scenario. But because we are used to teaching that particular subject, because we are used to learning that subject, we feel that is a core subject which a child should know. Many colleges, institute, and the university did not have faculties which are well-designed faculties, as well as the facilities where we say that the modern devices are being given to the faculty members, as well as the facilities given to the faculty. Most of the places we don't have the proper, or I must say the skill development of the faculty member. Like we talk about experiential learning, we talk about everybody has to go into the experiential learning for their courses. We all have to go for outcome-based learning, but how they can create that proper training should be given. When we talk about the subjects, we also have to talk about the specializations which we are being offering to our students. When I talk about how do we all know these are the problems which we all share. Any other problem, if anybody can share it with me, it will be really good. I can see there are few professors who are there with me today. If you can also tell me what are the different problems which our faculty find it very difficult when we talk about the innovative way of teaching, because I personally feel that apart from developing the teachers, we also have to develop our syllabus. We also have to develop our course structure. We also work on the outcome-based learning for the students. Any problems, anybody can come forward, then we'll move ahead for the suggestion. Anyone? It's an open forum for we all. Anyone? Khandelwal ma'am, anything which you want to add upon? That why the faculty members are not moving towards the innovative way of teaching, or why we lack some time? Is that we all are very familiar, or we all are at our comfortable zone of the old syllabus or old way of teaching, or we really don't have the vision or mission to change upon it, or we lack some time? Anyone? Okay, so let me come out with few suggestions. The suggestions which talk about that how we can work on the traditional course method, traditional courses, and how we can update it. To be very honest, in our university, KK Modi Durg, over there, what we have done is we have divided the courses into 3 different buckets. First is the liberal studies, where we talk about an individual's personality growth. We talk about the mental well-being. We talk about the happiness which an individual should have. We talk about communication skills. We talk about confidence building of a child. That means we are talking about an individual's personality one-to-one. So that is one area which is like 30%. We focus on that. Then we focus around 40% on the course. That is, what are the subjects which we will be teaching for that particular subject, that particular specialization. If I talk about technology, if I talk about management, if I talk about commerce, if I talk about science. So around 40 to 50% is the core content which we talk, which we teach, which we teach on the workshop module. Like, say, for example, we have we don't have the traditional teaching method of 45 minutes or 1 hour. We teach one particular course for 4 hours. When I talk about 4 hours, it's been divided into the concept. It is divided into the application base of that particular subject. It's been divided into the group activity. It has been divided into the presentation. So that 4 hours, the child is, or the student is there in that particular subject. So it is not like 1 hour we are learning one subject, another hour we are going to other subject. No, it is not like that. It is one day you are focusing on this particular subject area. So learn, breathe, we always say learn, breathe, and think about that particular subject for that particular day. So it is more creative, it is more innovative. So this is something which it's a unique thing which we are trying to do it. So I personally say that as a suggestion, we always have to break our traditional way of teaching and learning. We have to really update our courses. The institutes which are being affiliated by the university, they don't have the freedom because they have to follow the syllabus which is being given by the university. But the teaching method, the methodology can be definitely changed upon. Then many places we really need lots of counseling, right? The child nowadays really need counseling from the faculty member. So we have to be very, very sure that there is the proper counseling given to the students, and their career development should be given as an important segment which should be taken care by every college with the innovative techniques. When we talk about innovation, bringing up the innovations, believe me, we have to encourage the student for every course, any course which we have been teaching, we have to tell them how innovative they can come back. A speaker before me, he was been explaining so beautifully about the subject, which he must have learned and how it has been brought up in the practical way. So this is how every child should be given that particular importance, that if you are reading this particular subject, what will be the outcome? Why should you study this subject? So education need to be promoted in such a manner that it is much, much important for every individual, from the different activities which they perform when they study that particular subject. When we talk about any good practices, any innovative practices done in a college, we need to be very sure that it has to be practical skill development for the students. When we talk about adoption of the syllabus, we need to understand it should be in a proper understanding with the current need of the world, which will help the student. Or else, please, we should not waste the time of the students. When we talk about the proper guidance, we need to understand that no more we are the teachers for them. We should be like a mentor to them. And we should only teach those courses which can help either to change their attitude or to change their skills or to add upon the knowledge. So I always say any course which we have been teaching to the student, it should be so innovative that it has to enhance their attitude towards that particular subject. Second, very important is it should add upon the knowledge for that particular subject, and that subject should give them some skills so as it can be helpful for them either to get a job or to be an enterprise or to go ahead for their higher studies. So this is what my submission is when we talk about the innovation, when we talk about the creativity in teaching. We all have to be very sure that what will be the outcome of that course, how that particular course is going to help the student, how we can create a course which can lead to from low order thinking to high order thinking. That's all from my side. Thank you so very much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your views and idea of innovation with us. Your words remind me what William Arthur Ward has said, that teaching is more than imparting knowledge. It is an inspiring change. And learning is more than absorbing facts. It is acquiring understanding. This session has definitely brought a feast of knowledge for all of us. Now I call upon Dr. Piyush Nalhe to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of Shankarlal Khandelwal, Arts, Science and Commerce College, Akola, and our collaborators, Vidarbha Chamber of Commerce and Industries, and also our knowledge partner, Khandelwal Solution Private Limited, I would like to express my sincere gratitude towards Honorable Chairperson of the session, Dr. Monica Sethi Sharma ma'am, for chairing the session and giving her valuable remarks. Thank you very much, ma'am. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude towards our honorable speaker, Dr. Vinod Khadkirkar sir, for his words of wisdom over the topic electric vehicle to vehicle means V2V charging. The topic was very well explained, sir, and was truly helpful. Thank you so much, sir. I would also take an opportunity to thank all the delegates who have joined the session online through YouTube and Zoom meeting. I would like to thank one and all for attending the session on behalf of organizing committee. Thank you. We will
Thank you so
much. Join the second session after half an hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for the invite.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Vinod.
of this conference will be initiated sharp on 2:20 by Professor Aditi Wankar ma'am.
A very warm welcome to all in the second technical session of International Interdisciplinary Conference on Innovations and Challenges in Commerce, Humanities, Science and Technology, organized by Shankarlal Khandelwal Arts, Science and Commerce College, Akola. I feel privileged to welcome the chairperson of this session, Honorable Dr. Arun Kumar Deshmukh sir, Assistant Professor, Institute of Management Studies, BHU, Varanasi. Honorable Keynote Speaker, Mr. Sachinji Jain sir, Managing Director, De Beers India. Our invited speaker, Honorable Dr. A. Narasimha Venkatesh sir, Professor and Head of Department, HRM and General Management, ISBR Business School, Bangalore. All the delegates, excellencies, teachers and stakeholders. Albert Einstein has said, if we knew what it was we were doing, it would not be called research, would it? It is on occasion like this, we get opportunities to test our knowledge and understanding. Let's begin The second technical session with our first invited speaker, Honorable Dr. A. Narasimha Venkatesh Sir, Professor and Head of the Department, ISBR Business School, Bangalore. Sir has 22 years of total work experience, including industry experience as Assistant Manager, HR in the manufacturing industry. He is regularly listed in the top 10% of authors from worldwide in Elsewhere Social Science Research Network. He has served as PhD thesis evaluator and external examiner. He has received Best Research Paper Awards in international and national conferences. He has received Best Professor in Human Resource Management Award, Excellence in Teaching and Research Award, Distinguished Teacher and Researcher Award Management 2020, Prominent Educationist and Academic Researcher Award 2021. I warmly welcome you, sir, in this conference. I request Honorable Dr. A. Narasimha Venkatesh Sir to address us all on the topic Industry 4.0, the game changer for business transformation. Over to A. Narasimha Venkatesh Sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for this warm welcome. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you. First and foremost, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to Shankarlal, Khandelwal Arts, Science and Commerce College, Akola, which is conducting this international interdisciplinary virtual conference on the theme Innovations and Challenges in Commerce, Humanities, Science and Technology on this day, Wednesday, 23rd February 2022, in association with Vidarbha Chamber of Commerce and Industries and Khandelwal Total Solutions Private Limited. So, having said that, and I would also like to thank Dr. Archana Khandelwal for providing me an opportunity to be the invited speaker of this international conference virtual session. By your madam mentioned, I would like to start my presentation. Just please allow me a minute so that I can share the screen. Is the slide visible, madam?
No, sir, it's not visible yet.
Not visible. Now?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
I go to slide mode now. Now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Fully visible, right? PPT?
Yes.
Okay. So, as I said earlier, my title of presentation today for this international conference is Industry 4.0, the game changer for business transformation. So, the presentation has been organized in this manner. Contents of these presentations are research statistics on digital transformation. This is, since this is a conference today, we are attending. Meaning of Industry 4.0 and digital transformation. Then comes essential digital headlines, statistical data related to how digital things are being used by population all over the world. Then comes Industry 4.0, the real-time applications in 6 industries. I had actually taken 6 industries for this presentation, followed by means conclusion. So the industries taken are agriculture industry, healthcare industry, construction or smart homes industry, e-commerce industry, automobile industry, insurance industry. So how I have planned my presentation today is, I'll just wanted to convey this how Industry 4.0 is actually impacting these 6 industries with real-time examples. So with real-time examples here, I mean, as I strongly believe, seeing is believing. So for each and every industry, I will be showing the real-time applications through YouTube video. So I will be juggling between the PPT and the YouTube videos so that seeing is believing can happen. So you need to kindly bear with me for sharing those 2 screens. So as per our research statistics with related to the digital transformation, I had collected various statistics from various prominent institutes across the world. So the first one is Deloitte. So it says that Deloitte research says that 87% of companies think that digital will disrupt their industry, but only 44% are prepared for the potential digital disruption. So that means remaining people are not yet actually prepared themselves. Leave about adopting the digitalization, but they are not yet prepared only in order to face the digital transformation, according to Deloitte report. Then comes Harvard Business Review research report. It says that only 23% of companies are not dependent on digital products or digital operations. So that means what it says, around 77% of companies are actually dependent on digital products or digital operations nowadays. So 77 is a huge percentage. This research study has been conducted by Harvard Business Review. Again, IDC, it says that 65% of global GDP is expected to be digitalized in the year 2022 itself. And as per McKinsey, one of the top 5 consultancy company in India and around the globe, it says that digital transformation and focus on customer experience can generate 20 to 30% increase in customer satisfaction and also in economic gains. Means, what does it mean actually? McKinsey tries to says that through its research report, if digital transformation is being happening in and around the business operations, definitely it can enhance the experience of the customers of those companies which are not using those digital transformation or adopting those digital transformations. Then it will again in turn increase customer satisfaction and economic gains also. So as far as these various research statistics are concerned, given by the prominent companies around the world, we can clearly conclude that digital transformation in the form of Industry 4.0 is here now, and we need to actually catch it. Otherwise, we will be lagging behind it from other companies in other parts of the world. Now, let us see what do you mean by Industry 4.0. You might have buzzword today is this thing only, Industry 4.0. So what does it actually mean? In the layman's word, it is nothing but new phase in the industrial revolution. Already we had Industrial Revolution 1, Industrial Revolution 2, Industrial Revolution 3 and all. Now actually we are at the cusp of Industry 4.0, which actually focuses heavily on interconnectivity, automation, machine learning, and utilization of real-time data in order to make things work in a faster economic manner. So if you see this diagram, these are all the various technologies which comprises together or which comes under the umbrella of Industry 4.0. If you see, augmented reality is one of the technology. System integration is another technology. Likewise, cloud computing, big data, IoT. IoT is nothing but Internet of Things, 3D printing, cyber security, autonomous robo, or simply robotics or robots, and simulation, which all constitutes together or comprising together, we call it as Industry 4.0. Now, digital transformation. What do you mean by digital transformation? It is nothing but it is the integration of digital technology, where we are going to integrate this digital technology, which we had seen earlier, like big data, AI, machine learning and all, into all areas of business. That is why if you observe my cursor here, I had actually made the letters bigger. So the digital technology, these kind of digital technologies, which I had shown in the earlier, these technologies to be integrated in where all areas of business, so that it can actually fundamentally change how business operations being done and how value is being delivered to various customers. Now, if you see this, there is last month latest data which I had procured from Google, January 22. We are in February 2022. Essentially, see, it has been given by Hootsuite. What it says means the total population is around 7.91 billion. Out of that, 5.31 billion are using unique mobile phones. Okay, means mobile phones users are 5.31 billion, and internet users are around the globe is 4.95 billion, and active social media users, social media like Facebook, Instagram, okay, LinkedIn, it is all about 4.62 billion out of 7.91 billion. It itself clearly shows that how social media is, or the internet, or the usage of smartphones have been increased all over the world. Now we are getting into the real time examples. Now, how artificial intelligence or otherwise industry 4.0 is being used in agriculture sector. So first sector which we are going to see is agriculture sector, real time application, as I said before. If you see this data, Internet of Things in agriculture market is expected to reach by around 3 years time, 2025, that is 2025. It is expected to reach by how many dollars? $48,714 million. Okay, by another 3 to 4 years, IoT in agriculture sector is expected to reach this many million. Okay, so that much potential is there for Internet of Things in agricultural sector. If you see this slide here, please observe my cursor here. It is called as Root AI Virgo Robo. Okay, Virgo is the company name. They had given the robotic name called as Root AI. If you see, please observe my cursor. These are the wide extended or like hands, or we can call it as arms of that robo, and the blue one are called as fingers of that robo, and it actually sees. It has got a camera here, which is actually connected through, or which is actually led by artificial intelligence technologies. Okay, here camera is there, powered by AI. That is nothing but artificial intelligence technologies, where it can actually, like human beings, it can actually see, feel, touch, and sense whether the tomato is ripened enough or not. And then only when it is ripened, the tomato can be plucked by this robo called as Root AI robo. So I'll just toggle the screen now so that we can see the real-time example. Just give me a moment. Stop share, just a minute. Now we are going to see real-time examples. So now, are you able to see this screen now? I changed the screen. Can anyone answer me, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you can see in real-time example how AI or IoT or Industry 4.0 is being used.
Sir, you have not shared the sound.
Oh, I had not shared this out. Just a minute. Is shared. Just a minute. Yeah, now.
Yes, sir. Audible.
Virgo is designed to go into a crop row at a tomato greenhouse and be able to look into the crop environment, see where the fruits are, assess them for quality, assess them for ripeness, have a contextual understanding of neighboring objects, vines, leaves, and then based on that information, be able to make a judgment call as to what needs to be picked.
It actually measures whether it is ripened or not through AI technology, artificial intelligence technology.
It has an eyes, it has an arm, it has a hand, and it has an onboard intelligence. And this whole body plan is designed to be like a person, so it picks like a person. So Virgo now is doing tomatoes, but we're also going to be designing it to do things like strawberries, cucumbers, peppers, and a lot of the crops that you have in your produce store.
Can also work during night time. So we need not worry about manual labors, night shifts and all. During night time also can
You can pick the ripeness level of a tomato that you're picking. You can actually optimize for different logistics channels. So if I'm going to be trucking this produce a very, very long distance, I can pick a little bit greener. If I'm going to be delivering it within one day to a local city, I can pick a bit redder.
So various forms of robots are also there, manufactured by some other companies also.
The thought for us is if crop environments are designed to be picked by people, if we can build a robot that replicates a human body plan, we'll be able to do a multitude of different crops, all with the same hardware platform.
Now it's being tested in US and Canadian countries. By 2020, it may come to the market all over the world. So thank you all for watching it. Now again, I will come back to the PPT slide. Bear with me as I told before. So are you able to see the screen, madam, now? PPT screen?
No, sir.
And I'm sharing it. Now?
No, not yet. Okay, sir. Now it's visible.
I make. Now, madam? No?
No.
I think I need to come to that mode only. Not able to actually.
Okay, sir. Now it's visible.
Visible, right? Now, if
Sir,
you see
kindly change it to full screen.
full screen, if I change, that is, you are not able to see it. You are telling. Now, I had changed it to full screen. Are you able to see? See, from current slide only I'm giving. Are you able to see, ma'am, now?
No, sir.
I'll
It's not full
stop,
screen yet.
Stop share and then again I'll try. Okay, stop share now. Now, ma'am?
No, sir.
Okay. Shall we continue by that way only? Now?
No. Sir, you can continue.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if you see, otherwise I will maximize this. Now, if you see this screen, you may be thinking that some helicopters are flying in a farmland or above an agricultural land, but it is not so. These are actually called as drones. Okay, drones are flying, and please observe my cursor. If you see this my cursor, it is actually spraying the pesticides in the farm fields. Okay, so this is another classic example of what you can tell industry 4.0 utilization in agricultural technology. So just give me a moment so that we can see that one also. Okay, you are able to see the screen, ma'am? Video screen?
Sir. Yes.
Yeah. Audio? Audio you are able to hear, ma'am?
Yes, sir. We are able to see the screen.
Yeah. Now actually it is related to some other slide. Anyhow, I'll just go to the slide and I'll just show it, then I'll come back. Now this is the slide. So here if you see, this is the doctor sitting here. This is called as robo, and the doctor is trying to do robo assisted surgery. Okay, this is the console here. Through this console, please observe my cursor, that monitor kind of thing, gray color. Through this console, the doctor is trying to control this robo, and the robo, through this assisted doctor, it is called as robo assisted surgery. It is being done instead of having a lot of doctors standing here and operating the body. Okay, that is the concept here. So let us see that one.
Sir, are you having any technical glitches?
Madam?
Are you having any technical glitches?
No, actually I played it. Okay.
Quality
You are
of
able
the
to see
operations
ma'am?
is better than it's an extension of our own eyes, allowing
Hello?
us to see in 3 dimensions. It's an extension of our own.
Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
are you able to? You are not able to see the screen. I'm actually playing the video now. Real time application of the DaVinci.
Sir, kindly repeat it.
Ma'am, that is why I'm checking. Please tell me each and every time, please.
Okay, sir.
Now you are able to see the YouTube screen, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
See, it is all about robo-assisted surgery instead of having doctors. No? It is called as DaVinci Robo, like manual hands. These are all, please observe my cursor. These are all hands, and it is controlled by console, assisted by surgeon. Now, audio is there, ma'am. Audio. Audio.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Like Abu Dhabi, robotics is bringing the latest inventions in surgery to our patients. Robotics allows us to do things that was never before possible in surgery. It's an extension of our own eyes, allowing us to see in 3 dimensions. It's an extension of our own hands, allowing us to perform sophisticated surgeries through incisions the size of a finger.
Cleveland Clinic has a long history of advanced minimally invasive and robotic surgery, both in the United States and here in the Middle East. We've been doing these procedures for over 20 years. Complex, minimally invasive robotic surgeries in the field of urology are extremely common and allow us to treat patients with a broad spectrum of diseases, including prostate cancer, kidney cancer, adrenal cancer, and complex urologic reconstructive procedures such as pyeloplasties and ureteral reimplantation.
Robotic surgery benefits a surgeon in different aspects. First of them is avoiding surgical trauma. When we do some sort of operations, there is some trauma that disappears when you operate a patient under a robotic platform. Second advantage is the magnification of the operative field view. This is a 3D magnified image that we obtain through the robot console. Third important aspect that benefits the surgeon is a better ergonomic. Surgeon is sitting in the console and is doing his procedure comfortably.
We do the procedure that's best for the patient from a medical point of view, but the approach has to fit the body habitus.
So this is actually related to healthcare sector, how robots being assisting the surgeons in laparoscopic surgery and other surgeries. Now I'll stop screen and I'll just go back to PPT screen. Just give me a moment. So now we'll come back to these drones. That also we'll see in real time. Ma'am, now you are able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is called as, now we have come to this one, a real-time example in construction industry or smart home industry. We all know Alexa through Google and all, so I do not want to explain that one again. Instead, this one I would like to actually show it. This is called as, instead of having the pain or managing the pain of maids in your homes to mop or to clean your house, now robotics have come. If you see this, if you see this one, it looks like a what you can tell, some table or chair kind of thing, but it is a robo cleaning robo, which is called as Hobo by the company Design. And let us see this real-time example so that you will be able to appreciate it. So now I'll stop screen. Now I'll share this real-time example. Now you are able to see the screen, ma'am, now?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
These are all the various features it has. So you need to use your smartphones to control this mop robot, which is called as Robo. The stains also, this Robo removes it. So your pet hairs also, if it is falling down, can remove it with mode. You need to set it in your app. Just observe carefully. Down. So dog's body hairs have been removed. See, the all air and dust is collected inside a box comfortably. You give strong mode. So even if rice, flour, or moong dal or moong beans are fallen on ground or inside our home, you can easily clean it. So corner also, you need not worry about corners. It will be able to do it. So that is a classical example, one of the example in smart home industry or construction industry. Just I just stop share here. Come back to PT. So we have seen in construction or smart home industry one example. So this one we had actually seen in healthcare industry. We are sitting the doctor controlling robot through console Da Vinci code. Now we'll try to see one more example in e-commerce industry. So if you see here, this is inside Amazon warehouse. Okay, inside Amazon warehouse, the orange color. Please observe my cursor. The orange color is called as robots, and which instead of using manual labor, this itself is controlling inside the warehouse how it carries the various huge related boxes which has got humongous amount of weights. Just that also we'll see now practically how does it actually happens. Give me a moment. Are you able to see the screen, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
So you can see the orange ones are robots. Heavy weights also boxes, it can easily move it, and it has got its own sensors. Any blocks or any barricades are coming, it can actually stop and turn itself, and it can go along with the path. In such a way, it has been programmed. It is actually inside the Amazon warehouse. All the products have been easily moved to a small box type robot instead of using any manual labors. It does it in an order also, orderly manner. A huge amount of weight, how easily this robots carries actually, and place it in the required places in an orderly manner as per the programmed instructions through Industry 4.0 technologies. So the employee of Amazon actually programs through the computer console. how it is from floor to another floor also it easily carry through this. Or if you wanted to place it in first floor to fourth floor, manual carried through use of Internet 2.0, which I have shown in my slide. What are all those technologies that are being floor to many other floors also. Need not use anywhere manual labor. We'll stop this one. Then let's move on to the new one. And so that was the real-time example in warehouse, sorry, e-commerce industry, which we are seeing now. Now let's move on to automobile industry. Okay, automobile industry, how robotics has been used in assembling car. Okay, just give me a moment. Now, are you able to see the screen, ma'am? So now we had come, ma'am.
Yes, sir. The screen is visible.
The browser
And
you're
now we
using
are
is
going to
allowing
see
your
the
computer to
real-time example of automobile industry. Okay, Anu, which is called as Audi manufacturer. Use you can see. Inside Fano, the factory is located in Hungary.
FANUC robots and factory automation solutions have been facilitating industrial production for over 60 years. FANUC is present in 120 countries, including Hungary, assisting key sectors like the automotive industry, for example at the Audi Hungary Motor Limited factory in Zsur, where they are developing and manufacturing cars for the Audi AG and the Volkswagen Group. Audi Hungary is one of the companies with the largest turnover and export in Hungary, producing 2 million engines and 135,000 cars in 2014.
In our experience, FANUC robots work reliably at our factory. We are constantly improving our production and install robots to reach our targets. In environments where we need to work with high pressure or temperature, the robots are up to the task and deliver quality standards, which would not be possible with human machining. Essentially, robots are used for applications too difficult for humans, or where rapid machining is required. Our colleagues like working together with robots, as they make human work easier by delivering these tasks. It's very important to program these robots correctly, because when problems arise, it's usually not the robot that causes them, but improper programming or the lack of maintenance. Regarding this, I'd like to highlight that FANUC robots are easy to program, dependable, and we have a very good experience with them.
That was one real-time example which we had seen. The next sector. So far we had seen agricultural sector, then healthcare sector, then e-commerce sector. Now automobile sector we had seen. So now we are coming into the insurance sector. Okay, how insurance sector, in insurance sector, how industry 4.0 technologies are being used. Give me a moment.
Candidate Hindi, sir.
Madam?
Sir, the screen is not visible.
Yeah, only one.
Yes.
Yeah. Now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
visible.
now we are going to see the application of robotics in insurance sector. Please kindly observe.
No. It's just construction. That's all. No. I'm not driving. Are you okay? Yeah. You? I'm good. Oh no, not you. Listen, I'm gonna have to call my agent. I'm gonna get right back to you.
Mr. Burton, this is Insure Corp. We've received sensor data that indicates you were in an accident. Are you injured in any way?
I'm not injured, no.
Is anyone else injured?
I don't believe so.
Okay, where's my agent's number?
We have pinpointed your location and we are showing your car is not drivable. So we are dispatching an Uber car to take you to your destination.
That would be great.
I'm pressing 1. English. ENGLI. English.
May we give your coordinates to our appraiser drone to perform the appraisal?
Absolutely.
Yeah, drone is coming in order to assess the situation, accident situation.
We have received the photos, assessed the damage, authorized the repair, selected a qualified repair facility, and have dispatched a tow truck to take your vehicle to that facility.
Perfect.
Yes, hi, this is... Yes, I'll hold.
We have looked up the other vehicle, the claim, and filed the California SR1 accident report. Can you confirm the information is correct on your phone, then hit the accept button?
I'll check it right now.
Claim has been sent to his mobile phone.
Okay, all done.
Thank you. Your Uber car is arriving now.
I see it coming.
Accident, not payment. Accident.
Your tow truck should be there now. Don't forget to leave your keys in the vehicle. Thank you for using Insure Corp, powered by Pivotal Labs.
Okay, so now insurance industry also we had seen. So far, actually we had seen, quickly I'll run through which are all the industries which we had covered. So if you see agricultural sector, we had seen, I think drone, I had missed it. Just give me a moment. Also 2 seconds, we'll see to that. Just a minute.
Sir, kindly conclude as we are running out of time.
Okay, ma'am. I'll just conclude. The conclusion is the pending now. So lastly, we have seen insurance industry. So as we are all as seen now, really real-time applications of various industries like agriculture, healthcare, automobile industry, then insurance industry, and some other industry also we have seen real-time example. So I would like to conclude this session by conveying my sincere thanks to the organizers of this international conference. And any questions are there, you can ask now. Any questions?
No, sir. No questions.
No questions. Yeah. Any questions? Okay. So thank you all for providing me a wonderful opportunity in this international seminar. So I'll take leave. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. I am sure it will be beneficial for all the stakeholders. The next distinguished to honor us with his presence is Honorable Dr. Arun Kumar Deshmukh, sir, Assistant Professor, Institute of Management Studies, BHU, Varanasi. His 16 research papers have been published in various journals and has 3 cases authored in his name. Along with this, he has presented over 34 research papers in various international and national conferences. He has been awarded Senior Research Fellowship by UGC in 2016, MHRD National Doctoral Research Fellowship, and UGC BHU Research Fellowship. He was honored with Best Paper Marketing Award in 2017 and Challenger to the Best Paper Award in 2012. Along with this, his 6 book chapters are also published. He is currently working on 2 major research projects. I welcome Honorable Dr. Arun Kumar Deshmukh sir and request him to put light on the topic GST, a game changer for Indian economy. Over to Arun Kumar Deshmukh sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. So, first of all, a very warm good afternoon to the respected dignitaries and delegates attending this session of the International Interdisciplinary Virtual Conference on Innovation and Challenges in Commerce, Humanities, Science and Technology 2022. I would like to thank Dr. Archana Khandelwal ma'am for inviting me as an expert speaker for this session. So I think PPT is not required for this short span. So connect with me. I'll be simply delivering my talk, which is part of one of my research paper, which is recently got published in the Global Journal of Flexible Systems Management from Springer. So it is some of the excerpts of that particular research paper I would like to present over here. And some of the insights related to goods and services tax, how it has proved to be a game changer for Indian economy. So the topic, as we have discussed, as ma'am has already introduced the topic, GST, a game changer for Indian economy. So if I talk about the current status of GST, so we know that GST has come into force in July 2017. So according to World Bank report published in 2019, the economic reforms in India post 1990s pushed its growth as a globally integrated nation with remarkable improvements in terms of regulatory efficacy, macroeconomic stability, and geopolitical constancy, according to World Bank report. So, if we keenly observe the Asian continent, right, besides China, India has emerged as one of the fastest growing economies in the last few decades. Now, fortifying the topsy-turvy yet say relatively sustained growth story, India has witnessed a phenomenal indirect tax reform in the past 3 decades, and at the same time demonstrated its economic resilience by embarking upon another breakthrough in July 2017 when GST was enacted. Now, according to the experts, after liberalizing the Indian economy in 1991, the goods and services tax, simply we know as GST, or simplify, many experts call it good simple tax, right? It is a significant taxation turnaround by the Indian government. India has traversed a long path to embrace the GST as an excellent and long awaited indirect tax reform aimed at one nation, one tax, and one market. Simply, we are focusing on unification of the market. If we look at the global experience, it has revealed that GST has made the business processes more efficient than ever before by simplifying the tax structure, reducing the number of state and central levies, GST being one of the indirect and say destination based tax it has influenced the consumers indirectly and directly to the various businesses. However, its ripple effect are being felt across the three core sectors of the economy, that is to say, primary, secondary, as well as tertiary or service sector. If we talk about the complexities and inefficiencies of the previous tax regime, we are aware about that, right? So if we talk about the complexities and inefficiencies of the past tax regimes in India, basically they only compel the authorities to convert the decade-long discussion about GST into reality, right? Some of the key merits make GST more advantageous than the previous regimes. These are the reasons why we call it a game changer for Indian economy. Now, I'll be presenting before you 9 compelling points to show why we are calling GST as a game changer for Indian economy. Shall I proceed further? Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
All right. So, first very key point or reason behind the reason behind why we are calling it a game changer for Indian economy is the first and foremost thing that we all must have heard about, that is elimination of cascading effect, right? So cascading effect is simply nothing but tax on tax. You are paying tax on tax, right? So our businesses have experienced the instances of cascading effect of tax during pre-GST period, which no longer exists after the implementation of GST. GST has almost entirely put an end to tax on goods and services, both. By taking in all indirect taxes under its wing, GST has managed to bring down the cost of goods and services. Therefore, we can say that uniformity of taxes under GST is one of the significant merits of it. Right. So, one of the fundamental benefit that we got is we do not have to pay taxes again and again. Right. So, for example, if some commodity is being sold, right, and it is taxed once in one state. Now, if it is moving to another state will put another levy, right? So, commodity which has already been taxed, it is being taxed in the another state. So, this is one of the instance of cascading effect. So, that has been removed with the implementation of GST in our country. Second compelling reason is efficient tax administration, right? GST has led to creation of efficient tax administration, which resulted in minimized tax evasion. Tax evasion is a major evil in a taxation system. We are all are aware about this. The enforcement of GST Act has made tax administration transparent and corruption free. If we talk about the evasion of tax, then it leads to the outflow of government revenues, right? Huge loss for the government, right? We are aware that this is significant disadvantage to the compliant taxpayers. Why they are paying tax, right? If government is not able to control the evasion part, right? So, to curtail such kind of evasion of tax, various measures have been undertaken by authorities, which include, for example, synchronization of GST registration and PAN, permanent account number detail, right? Reporting and matching at the invoice level, reconciliation of the credits, generation of e-way bills, right? Tracking of movement of goods, also the appointment of GST commissioners for investigation of such instances, and at the same time, government is taking care of appointing the Directorate General of Analytics and Risk Management to analyze the scenario on time-to-time basis. So this is the second reason why I'm calling GST game changer, right? So second is efficient tax administration. Now, third is procedural merits or procedural benefits, right? GST has offered certain procedural benefits which were not there earlier. As my previous speaker has already pointed out about Industry 4.0. So, if we are moving from Industry 3.0 to 4.0, then the tax administration must also follow that pace. So GST is one such initiative that we believe that is that we believe thing is online, right? So they have different platforms available, and business owners do not have to visit to the premises of the taxation bodies. Rather, they can do it sitting on their own chairs, right? They have offered clear and transparent rules. Also, this has facilitated ease of bookkeeping, right? At the same time, lesser revenue leaks and pilferages, and at the same time, generation of higher revenues for the government. Moreover, it also offers easier and seamless refund of taxes, right? And universal system of the classification of goods and services has also become possible with the implementation of GST. So these are some of the procedural benefits that GST has offered, which were not there earlier. Then next compelling reason why we are calling GST a game changer is technology. It is GST is technology driven. As I was explaining, that it follows the norms of Industry 4.0. So, being technology driven, the entire process of registration and filing of returns is accelerated. It also ensures that the process is clean and tax collection is done in a legitimate manner. The online GST portal supports activities including registration, return filing, or application for refund, or responses to various notices that were served to the businesses, right? Handling consumer grievances, right? Earlier, if you had grievances, it used to take little longer to resolve. But these days, grievances are handled on a real-time basis, right? And that has made the speed of transaction seamless. Then next compelling reason why we are calling GST a game changer is minimal compliances. The number of separate compliances is lesser now with GST. Earlier, value-added tax regime or excise and service tax had their own schedule of filing and compliances. These were monthly or quarterly, right? Depending on nature of holding, right, of GST. Further, GST, however, requires a single return to be filed instead of complying to different tax regimes, right? So there are around 11 returns, 4 out of which are basic return that all taxable person need to file, and process is automated. And government is focusing on even advancing the existing system. There are so many flaws which are identified in the recent past. So government is trying to rectify it, right? Then next reason is higher exemption limit, right? GST Council has doubled the exemption limit for sale of goods to rupees 40 lakh. The exemption limit for the northeastern state, for example, is 20 lakh. The exemption limit for service provider is again 20 lakh for all states, excluding special states, including union territories, for which it was, especially northeastern states, some of the northeastern states, it was 10 lakh. With effect from April 1st, 2019, the annual turnover of for availing the composition scheme was increased to rupees 1.5 crore from 1 crore. A taxpayer with an annual turnover of under 1.0 crore can go for this composition scheme, right? For northeastern states and Himachal Pradesh, the limit stands at 75 lakh. This scheme relieves small taxpayer from tedious GST formalities, and GST under this particular system can be paid at a fixed rate of turnover, right? According to the CGST Amendment Act 2018, which came into force on 1st Feb 2019, a dealer under this scheme can supply services up to 10% of annual turnover or 5 lakh, whichever is higher, right? Under this particular scheme, a cumulative turnover is taken into consideration of different businesses that are registered under the same PAN number. This move, alternating the exemption limit, is highly beneficial for small businesses and small and medium enterprises, right? The seventh compelling reason for calling GST a game changer is how GST is contributing to Make in India initiative by the government. So, with the application of GST on imports and reduction of unnecessary cost, GST forms the backbone of this initiative. The ease of transaction and free flow of goods through state borders with the elimination of commercial checkposts is another, we can say, it's another advantage. And by replacing the arbitrary taxation system, GST model has unified the Indian market, and this way we can say the objective of unifying one nation, one tax, one market has been achieved to a greater extent. Now, reduction of the cost of logistics, lesser transit hours, relief from export taxes and refunds has given a considerable boost to the manufacturing, right? Apart from this, if we look at the next reason, it is about ease of operation for e-commerce businesses. Initially, e-commerce businesses, the supply of goods across the border came under variable tax law, right? For example, UP is having different tax regime for its local taxes. Maharashtra is having a different kind of tax levies, and Madhya Pradesh is having a different tax levies. So that uniformity has been brought up, and because of that, ease of operation is facilitated, right? So the delivery trucks crossing borders were required to produce, in this particular procedure, were required to produce the necessary documents along with the VAT declaration and registration number, right? In case they observe any failure to produce the required document, it may lead to the confiscation of goods, right? Many manufacturers and wholesalers or suppliers or logistics providers have confronted such issues earlier. But GST has more or less eradicated all such complications, and it is paving a way for, say, seamless transactions. Next, the last compelling reason why I am calling it a game changer is widening of tax base. GST is likely to bring buoyancy to the government revenue by widening the tax base and improving the taxpayer compliance, right? So GST has greatly contributed in improving India's ranking in terms of ease of doing business on ease of doing business index. We have observed that India has jumped from bottom to initial top few. Also, as per an economic estimation, it will lead growth in the GDP by 1.5% to 2% in long run, right? So these are the 9 compelling reasons why I'm calling GST is going to be a game changer. However, it would be too early to say anything about GST or to conclude about GST because there is a long way. We have a long way to travel in terms of this important tax, indirect tax reform, right? So I simply would like to recollect all the 9 points that I have just mentioned during my entire presentation. So first is I start with the latest one, that is widening of the tax base, ease of operation, especially for e-commerce businesses. GST has promoted the Make in India initiative, right? It has enhanced the exemption limit. It led to minimal compliances. It is technologically driven. There are several procedural merits. And finally, the efficient tax administration, right? Which led to minimized tax evasion. With these 9 reasons, I can say that it is one of the game changer event in the in the history of Indian economy, right? Post LPG, liberalization, privatization, and globalization, right? So to sum up my words, I would like to say the enforcement of GST has brought in a very transparent system to the country that is also corruption free, most important component. The benefits are far reaching and are not only business friendly, but consumer friendly as well. The system of taxation has placed the country well in global trade. The Indian market is far more stable now than it was earlier. With the application of GST, India is in a much better position in the global trade, which has positively affected the economy. Moreover, it would be, again, I would repeat, it would be too early to conclude anything about GST implementation in the economy. With this word, I would like to conclude. Thank you so much for listening to me patiently. If there is any question or any observation, you can please share.
No questions, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your deep knowledge about GST and Indian economy with us. Thank you once again. Aristotle once said, "We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, therefore, is not an act, but a habit." For the keynote address, I welcome Honorable Mr. Sachinji Jain, Managing Director, De Beers India. Guided by a determination to succeed, a strong sense of ethics, and an eternal optimist, Honorable Sachinji Jain has a 2-decade experience in building business, establishing global brands, and a deep insight in the phenomenal growth of diamond business in the Indian subcontinent. His association with the global diamond conglomerate dates back to 2010 when he came on board as head of retail. In 2011, he got an opportunity to lead the Forever Mark operation as president Forever Mark India. His sharp vision have led to the phenomenal growth and expansion of Forever Mark Diamonds, which is now one of the most trusted brands in India. He started his career in 1999 with the newly launched Monks Italia in New Delhi, followed 3 years at United Colors of Benetton. In 2002, he joined the Swatch Group as they brought Tissot to the country, where he rose to become the youngest brand manager. We are lucky to have such a multifaceted personality among us today. I request Honorable Mr. Sachinji Jain sir to address us all with your valuable knowledge. Over to Sachinji Jain.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Just to check technology, you guys can hear me well? Because I can hear you perfectly well.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's great. So thank you, ma'am, for your kind introduction. I think I don't deserve all of the big words you mentioned. I think we all are in our journey. We all are here to sort of learn from one another. And I'm really, really excited, honored, and privileged to be talking to all of you. Akola is very special to me because of one man of Akola that I know very well. And I, with a lot of pride, but with also a touch of arrogance, I can say that Mr. Nitin Khandelwal is a very dear friend of mine. And as somebody who's an ambassador of Akola, I would say, but he's also an ambassador for India, because I've seen him operate and represent our glorious and magnificent organization and our industry, not just in India, but for the wider world. And I come from a small town called Meerut. And for me, I think it's also very important to sort of get out, make a purpose, make a sense of what we are and what we can achieve. And if the students are hearing me, I can only say that this is such a critical time, but such an optimal time for all of us to go out there, excel, shine, bring in the knowledge and take it forward. So, I wanted to actually sort of share not some great knowledge or gyan. The idea was I was wanting to share some experiences that I've had personally, and also the business that I represent. And maybe you might want to find something that sticks with you, something that helps you in your initial days or later days of your career. So while all of you have not just done or be here or present or giving your precious time because your college has asked you, but I'm sure you're doing it because of your own will. And hence, I suggest that make the most of this platform. You see, there were some great speakers that have perhaps spoken before me. And as a whole process, get there with intensity of learning. Come out with one or two things that will stay with you. I mean, memorize them, get more meaning of them, reach out to people like me to get more understanding of these areas. And these are things that could sort of stay on for you for longer. I don't know what the format is here, but I would like to I'll share with you a small deck, which is just some images, which will give you a perspective. But moreover, please ask questions to me. I mean, I would love this is a little more interactive. I'm equally a student as you are. Of course, I come with a bit of knowledge on certain things, which isn't conclusive. I'm here to learn from you guys, because also, as a younger generation that you represent, you will be the future. You'll be the future by both sides of the fence. You'll be the future of the consumption. That's where all businesses have to get ready. And on the other side, you'll be the people who'll be actually crafting out these businesses for the future and make it further. So ma'am, I don't know if I can perhaps share my screen, if that's a possibility.
Yes, sir, you can share.
Can you just tell me if this is perhaps visible to you guys?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, ma'am. So guys, what I wanted to sort of put as a sort of theme of my conversation was that I want to really tell you that these two words really define the state of things that are around you. Today, to be limitless is what you perhaps can do. And I'll give a perspective of this. The fact that, in the year 2022, our state of a representation of what we are as India is very well known to the world. And be it thanks to the last government or the youth of India or the changes that India is witnessing, I think it's just tremendous timely wise. I think you guys are in a rare position where you could be anywhere in India. You could be in a tier 3 market. You could be in a small city or a town or a big city like Bombay or Delhi. You are equally exposed to whatever was happening across the world. So in a lot of senses, we are rare, and anywhere you are, I mean, any college that you represent, any background you come from, you have absolutely the same level of perspective to build your own future, build the future of your families, but also the future of our nation. And we are very, very well positioned to address and be really forthcoming in that area. I am sure you guys have been reading a lot about what's happening in the economic side, what's been the impact of COVID, and so on and so forth. But just retracting the beginning of 2019, when we had the new government that came in, the World Bank came out with an analysis about the future of the world. And Indian economy, which was at that point in time $2.7 trillion, was planned or envisaged to be $5 trillion in the next 5 years. Now, that's a huge number. And I don't want to bore you with numbers, but the reality being that we will lead the growth of the global world of business. and we have this opportunity over here. Look at how on the hindsight or the other side of COVID, how things have come out. I mean, the adaptation of technology. Look at today. I'm sitting right now in New Delhi. I just came from Dubai. You guys are in the central part of India, and it's such a seamless conversation we can do. So adaptation of technology in our world has been tremendous. We are very well poised, and please read just to give confidence to what is the potential of what we can do. And in my conversation, I'll keep reflecting to my current business and perhaps a bit of business on luxury. Now, in the business of diamonds, there are three markets globally which are dominant. US being the largest market, so United States contributes about 50% of the consumption of diamonds in the world. China is about 17-18%, and India is the third largest market at about 7%. As De Beers, as the world's largest diamond company, we are 100% certain that the growth trajectory or the growth momentum is going to come from India. Our plan or our vision is that the 7% will be double, almost 15% in the next 6 to 7 years. And there's great work happening across the country and bringing it up, in terms of consumption. Now, let me also tell you some good news on the manufacturing side. Today, 14 out of 15 diamonds come to India for some reason or the other, whether it's manufacturing, trading, or so on and so forth. So in our business, we are, almost a very important hub of the global diamond business. And like this, I can tell you that, okay, the diamond business and the jewelry business is about 7% of the GDP. But beyond that, there is for us, this dream of $5 trillion will happen by you all. I mean, you are the people who all of us will depend on, because you are the people who take the baton forward and bring that confidence, bring that character of India, not just to our individual consumption, but also to the wider world. So it's the right time. And I would like to touch upon some trends that I witnessed, and I thought these could be interesting for you because you'll be choosing your careers into the future and how these simple things might happen. So, like in the last decade, we were talking about technology and we were talking about physicality as two different things. You might have heard about omni-channel, which is perhaps a place where physical world and digital world coincides. But I also foresee a very frictionless world between technology and physicality. So this is an example that I thought I'll share with you. This is the Amazon Go store. And the interesting about this store is that you walk into the store, you pick your articles, whatever you like, and you walk out of the store without any physical interface. And I think the future will be about technology and consumption interacting absolutely frictionlessly. So I think an area which is developing, you might or might not know too much about it, but I can tell you, you have no choice, one, to be here as a consumer, because this will be around you, but also as somebody who's trying to build a career, I think I would urge or suggest you to read about the frictionless world of technology otherwise, and be on top of it, because this, all the trends that I'm going to share in the next 15-20 minutes will be the topics of conversation. And I think I urge or insist all of you to read more about that. So that's an area which will be, coming very quick. And it's not a conversation that this technology will be limited to a London or a New York or Tokyo. It's already in the big cities in India. It's going to come in very, very soon in the other worlds of India. Now, there'll be also an automated real-time economy where, you might have heard about the Internet of Things. So there are about over $22 billion instruments that are talking to one another without us being involved. So your phone is going to talk to your refrigerator, who's going to talk to your, your house heating, to your car, and so on and so forth. And I think instruments will talk around you and will take decisions which perhaps today we are involved in. So it's going to be an automated real-time economy that'll be the future. To give you one example, again, talking about automation, again, you might choose whichever career. All that I'm saying is that these are trends that you should be on top of, and you should perhaps have an understanding on. Now, I was reading a lot about the automated autonomous cars. So you might have heard the concept of driverless cars. Now, when we go and drive a car in Bombay City, you will say, how in the world will a driverless car operate in this market or in this busy traffic? जहाँ पे normal गाड़ी चल नहीं पाती, वहाँ पे आप automatic कैसे चलाएंगे? But you'll be surprised at the speed of adaptation and things that are coming through. Now, just to give you an example, what will happen in precisely 1 year time? All of us will be perhaps, a lot of us will be in automated autonomous cars. If, for example, you have an urgent meeting or a flight to catch, and you are willing to pay or invest in that journey $10 more, your car will talk to the car in front of you, perhaps make some financial transaction, get them out of the way so that you can reach the airport in a small time. Now, all of these decisions into the future will be automated, not with the interface of our mind and our technology, and hence a lot of things which are repetitive, a lot of things which seem very obvious to be done by human beings will change to automation. But again, a very important trend. It will not be limited to, let's say, luxury or retail or manufacturing or legal firms or any other particular area. It's going to come and be a part of our lives from end to end. So again, learn about it, seek opportunities in this, but this is a very important trend moving forward. A lot of our world will be an outcome-based world. So for example, at times when we buy things, we buy, let's say, a car, but we take care of all the elements of the car. We clean it, we service the car. There will be a lot of assets every day. Moving forth, the economy, a lot of it will move to an outcome one. So how much kilometer has a car done? You will have to perhaps pay on that. So a lot of changes are happening in manufacturing in that sense. A lot of changes are happening in the service sector like that. But you'll, again, read about it is a very important trend that things will become outcome-based than the other way around. It's not going to be asset-based. So it's not necessary that you have to be an expert or own everything in-house. You can have partnerships, collaborations, services, and assets available which are based on outcome that you might look at. And just diving a little bit, what is happening in the organizations? There's a big change that's happened post-COVID. The physicality is changing. The longevity of the organizations is a big question. I mean, I can with a lot of pride say that De Beers, as one of the leading diamond organizations in the world, has been around for 133 years. But I can tell you that there are only a handful of companies that have been around for so long or have been leaders in what they do for so long. And the key is about change. A lot of things will change. The fact also being that when I think you will build up your careers in the next time, it's not that the organization might stay or not. I foresee that industries won't stay. People, it's not about, my parents' time, you could start and end a career through a lifetime in one organization. In my world, people say that you can start and end your career in one industry, maybe in different organizations. And I can tell you, while you will build your careers, industries won't exist. A lot of industries will just perish. So I think the key for is that what you do, you really love, and be a constant learner, not just for the heck of it, but you're going to keep learning as to what are the new things coming in. Because the whole world is evolving much, much quicker as we've seen it before. Now, what does it mean from a talent perspective, job design perspective? But my only simple perspective of these whole complicated sheets has been only one. Just two things that one of my uncle, my chacha, who was a very senior professional at the armed forces, and his advice to me was that there are only two things that work and that sort of keep you alive on your success and other things. And they're very simple, and we make it very complicated. One is about how you manage your relationships that matter. And second is take decisions based on common sense, right? So these are very simple things, but if you elaborate on that in your own life, in your own career, these might be very important mantras into the future. So again, I'll be very happy to share this deck. But again, read all of these. These three slides were kept in terms of what are organizations thinking when they're hiring talent? What is going on in their mind? It is about culture. It is not necessarily about the great person that you bring on the table. It's about how a person fits into the culture of organizations, how you can make a difference. And the beauty about right now in today's time is that we as organizations, and I'm sure like me, there'll be hundreds of thousands and millions of other organizations who would want young talent to be as comfortable, as vocal of what they think. Because again, I repeat, the future of the world and the consumers in the world will be built around people like you and not for people like us. So I guess when you join an organization or you get an opportunity, be open, be communicative, put your heart out, and it's not that you necessarily have to merge into somebody else's culture, but cultures have to work around you, and that's going to be the future about the world. Now, some more trends I want to share around retail, because that's the work I know best. That's where I come from, and a lot of it is jewelry retail. In India, you would agree that all of us, immaterial of whichever part of the country we're in or which economic strata we're in, we have a family doctor, we have a family jeweler, but when you look at a current context of the consumer, a lot of things are changing. The meaningfulness of trust is changing. The retail environments are changing. So I put together 2 examples over here. Again, please take a note if you can. There are a lot of content available. There is a lot of content available in these 2 areas, and I can tell you, you will find your own learning. Now, these are my favorite examples, and I always tell people who are in the retail of perhaps premium or luxury should experience these 2. Now, Burberry is a luxury brand. You might have heard. It's a London-based brand, and they opened a store in the Regent Street 4 or 5 years ago. I think it's a mecca of understanding what retail is and how technology can be mixed in retail. You see the store on the right, where you have these big screens. There's absolute merging. It's a melting point for all senses. So for audio, for visual, for tech, for seamlessness, and it's incredible. I urge all of you to get online, see on YouTube platforms. There's great content available on the store. But just to give you a few examples, in this store, when you enter, they have face recognition, already alive for 4 years. And if you're one of their regular customers, they'll recognize you. Any sales associate around you will know what your preferences are. If you like, a certain kind of a product, they will know what you've bought in the past. Within 2 minutes of you entering the store, your most favorite beverage, let's say it's a cappuccino at a certain temperature, is served to you without asking. So it's amazing what technology can do. On the left that you see is a Starbucks Reserva, and you might have already had a coffee at the Starbucks anywhere in India. They have another concept called the Reserva. These are average about 40 to 50,000 square feet stores, but an integration of technology, storytelling, and it's something special. So both these places, there are some uniquenesses. They don't have a cash desk. It's all touch. It's all digital. If you really want to pay cash, they have to. I mean, it's a slightly more difficult process for somebody who wants to transact in cash. Everything is touch. Everything is technology. Everything is via your phones and other mediums of recognition. I strongly urge that you, while building your careers, see these amazing experiences that some professionals have put together. That's quite interesting. I also wanted to put forth, Disneyland. Now, I don't know how many of you have been to Disneyland. It's actually one of my very favorite places, even as a child, but also my daughter, who's now going to be turning 15. But as a child, she's gone there many times, and something that I feel very, very amazed to get to. Now, the beauty about what they've done. Now, just to get a sense to you, Disneyland, the one that I'm talking about to you is in Florida, in the United States. It's you need at least 4 to 5 days to cover these different theme parks. The beauty of technology is that what you see on the right, when you enter there and you're staying with them, you have an opportunity to buy these, what they call magic bands. So as a family can buy them, they're personalized, and you feel very good about wearing them. Through the 5 days, everywhere you have to go to eat, to pay, to buy something as small as an ice cream, or to buy as expensive as a diamond ring. They do not ask you to pay any money. You just have to keep scanning your magic band. And just the fact that they've utilized technology in such a fascinating manner and addressed your senses, that you just are in the ease. You're in the most amazing or magical place, as they call it in the world, and you come out of the magic. Only hits you 3 days after you've checked out. So it's a very interesting one, a very strong read of what Walt Disney does, and something very incredible about execution. Walt Disney's these theme parks have been open for over 70 years, and the only 2 days that they have been closed when the 9/11 happened in America. This is an operation which operates 18 hours a day, and it's never ever shut, with the most clean places, with the most amazing swings happening and the experiences to the world. But read them for 2 reasons. One was the technological interface, and the second is, if somebody says perfection in execution, for me that's Walt Disney. For 70 years plus, you're on a roll, you're open every day, and there's not a spark in how you come out of the experience. And everybody's smiling over there. So they have a lot of books available and a lot of read material available in terms of phenomenal execution. And I insist you should read about it. And if in our careers we can even get one learning that can enhance, I think it's going to be a very important one. And the third I wanted to share with you is what's happening in the world of Apple. Now, Apple, is again a very rare organization. their turnover and the value of that organization is perhaps worth very many countries, not just some companies, but very many countries. It's the most valuable company in the world. But again, while they've been focused on creating these technological products and everything, just look at on the right side their retail. Now, they were the first ones in the world where they cut the concept of retail, which is over the counter. Now, you and the consumer and the consultant are all on the same side of the table. So it's a conversation, then a sale. So again, very phenomenal change that they drove over the last 10 years. And I see more and more retail concepts changing where the seller and the buyer are on the same side of the fence with some discussions, with some commonalities. Very interesting concept of their retail. Please read about that. Lots of learning in the way they approach retail. Now, I also wanted to touch base again. One of the trends that I foresee is around consumer relationships. And that's not necessarily about, you might have heard that, when I join or when I'm a customer of, let's say, Shopper Stop, I get points. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the personal customer relationship or the relationship you can make with your client. And it's not actually a customer, it's a client. It's a lifetime of your engagement. So things that you can do, and that's different from advertising. And I'm sure you'll be learning in your lessons around core, the four P's of marketing and so on and so forth. But relationship, think about them in a much deeper manner. And whichever career you pick up, relationship, I think, is going to be very important, whether it's your customer, your clients, your team members, your other stakeholders, but do sort of special care about this area. The other trend that is happening in the world is what we call as womenomics. And if actually I was there physically, I would have, before putting the slide, asked you all a question. And the question that I asked a lot of times to people is that, what do you think is the fastest growing economy in the world? And when I ask that question, a lot of times I get answers like whether it's India, whether it's Africa, whether it's China, A or B or so on and so forth. And the answer, the real right answer from my perspective, is the women economy in the world. And you would see that, look at our society at large. A lot of changes we are seeing. But in my industry, for example, when people come to buy jewels and diamonds and gold, earlier it was a family decision. Average of 5 to 10 customers used to come to buy one piece of jewelry because the family used to buy. And generally, the woman of the house had to take a nod from either the husband or the family to make those decisions in our industry and otherwise as well. What's changing there? Women are getting more self-independent. They have enough resources to take decisions. And that's a fundamental change in how consumer behavior is going to impact. Like earlier, if women had to buy, for example, a car or her clothing, or even as I mentioned, gold and diamonds, she had to go through a process and get a lot of nods in yeses before that transaction could take place. Now that's changing. And as marketeers, as financiers, as somebody who has to observe where the world is headed, women will take decisions more and more into the future. And for whatever career you pick up, look at the future of that industry or that career or that area of consumption, keeping in mind women individually, because you'll perhaps identify that when the fulcrum of decision making moves from a man oriented to a family oriented to then women alone who have the capability. And I feel really proud that India as a country is this change is one of the fastest, and it's all to do with the great work that women are doing. When I was looking at my team, we're based in Mumbai. We have over 70 people who work for us there, and otherwise, when I look at the women and I was looking around, the fact is that a modern woman of India is quite multifaceted. So she's dropping her kids to school in the morning. She's cooking as well. She's also running a whole office with great responsibility, making big businesses run, and spending time with their loved ones. So I think it's a very multifaceted life that they're leading, and I feel proud that this is happening in India. And as marketers or as people who will be building up the career, please study the impact of what women decision making will have on your own businesses. The other big change that's coming in the world is around sustainability and traceability, and I think no one can get out of it. So to define what sustainability means is that while we make consumptions, we make whatever small decisions in life, we will get more and more concerned about how my consumption or how I conduct my life will make an impact in the outer world. And I think more and more the concepts about purpose, the concepts about my consumption making a positive impact in the world will get more and more relevant. I foresee that, again, whatever you pick up as a career, study about this, because in 5 years back, this was a tick to be done. Good thing that we have to just do a tick, personally and even as an organization. The future, this will be the base case. Consumers like you, younger consumers, or even people who are going to be adding in different ages, would be interested where the product is coming from, where they consume, and whether that's impacted the world in a positive manner or not. And all of us who have come out of COVID, you realize, we all are a little more concerned about the Mother Earth. When COVID shutdown happened 2 years back in Delhi, the blue sky was the first time people saw in their lives. So there was a big change that happened, and all turned down to the fact that we as human beings are to be blamed on what we do to Mother Earth. And I think the future generation will ask those questions. This is certainly a direction that's happening and will continue to happen. So read about it and be sure. The other thing that's happening connected to sustainability is also provenance. So consumers today, when they're buying a biscuit or getting milk or other things, they will get more and more interested as to where it's coming from. What is the origin of these things, and hence the decision will happen. In our world, the blockchain is becoming very, very important. There'll be loads of opportunities in career that will happen on blockchain, a very important trend. Blockchain is nothing but like a digital ledger of where the product has come from and who's touched it during that journey. In the world of diamonds, we started Tracer, which is owned by De Beers, and it's a blockchain technology that allows us to trace back every single diamond up to the mine. And I think the same will happen in a variety of businesses and interest, and read about it. It's a very important trend that I foresee getting in the future. Just a few slides. I touched on technology again. Retail, I did about Amazon, but digitization, storytelling, loads of different things are happening on the retail. Face recognition and voice recognition are the biggest changes that'll happen in the next 4 to 5 years. Where who knows that there's a time when we might not even need a physical phone, and all might be just built into our bodies with a chip. Who knows that'll happen? But I can only tell you that working with a lot of innovators and scientists, even in our kind of world, these things are not impossible. They're happening much quicker than we think. But a big amount of change that's happening because of technology in these areas. Our connected instruments will talk to somebody else's connected instrument. So my phone will talk to perhaps your phone, to your cloud, and this whole buy online, pick up in a physical store. So Popers, Mopers, these models are going to become more and more relevant. Learn about it. Today, we are 7 billion of us in the world, but 22 billion devices are talking to one another around our lives. So again, a very important area of focus. Just some examples I wanted to share with you what's happening real time. So what you see on the left of your screen is what we call as heat maps. So when we are doing our retail, so today in every De Beers store in the world, I can through my phone log in and check the heat map, which means that if there's a weekend that's happened on a Sunday, and I want to check how many customers have come in, which part of the store have they gone to, what merchandise sold over there, and hence make those corrections rightly or wrongly. I think all these things are completely automated, and even a very traditional business like diamonds and gold is seeing this happen. What you say is, again, there's loads of stuff that's happening on how the point of sale will interact with the entire supply line. So today, when a consumer buys a product, it gets intimated to the manufacturing, the right dimensions get picked up, and automatically, without anybody's intervention, the production is kicked off. Now, ours, again, as I said, is still a very traditional business. But if you look at how point of sale is interacting with in organizations like, for example, Pepsi or Coke, it's incredible because they pick up consumption. They pick up when you buy a 10 rupee bottle in a dispensing machine, it gets kicked off in terms of how production is happening. So a very connected world in that area. You might have heard a lot about the online sales that happen, and of course that's a big area that's going to be permanent. But in our world, there's a lot of work that's happened over the last 2 to 3 years where online consumers are moving to physical world, and there's great tools available today. And you might be an Instagrammer, you might not be an Instagrammer, you might be on Facebook, you might be on technology or social media. Fact is, you have no option. And while you'll be reading up the organizations of the future, read about them and know about these technologies. I mean, as a user, it's good to have and spend a lot of time, but get behind scenes on how these technologies work. And I can tell you the best thing about today's generation and today's life is that everything is democratic. Go on Google, it'll tell you 20 ways to go in behind the scenes and know how these technologies work. But whenever you're meeting prospective employers or trying to build your own career in terms of what is it that excites you, go behind scenes. How does Google Map work beyond telling you go from your college to your home? Go back and read about the technology and how it's operating. It's very simple, how you can make a difference on it. And you should be, on top of your mind should be not just as a consumer how they work, but also as somebody who's curious to know how these things operate. Lots of other examples I'll have, which I'll move a little quick, because of the interest of time here. And again, visually, how visual merchandising will change in stores. Tech will be a part of things that'll happen. It's loads of innovations that are happening. And again, the key would be that the key is not about necessarily who's going to create these. The key is about what problem of the future will you solve. I mean, is it ease of doing business? Is it consumer who gets your product much easy, and so on and so forth. Again, voice and face recognition are the biggest things that will happen in the next 5 years. So read about them. If you can attend seminars, if you can see how this works around your own business, but get in detail, get in depth. Don't be alien to this technology and this new world, because voice and face recognition will be everywhere. I mean, today when iPhone launched the face recognition open technology 2.5 years ago. I mean, it's not something new. The fact is, 2.5 years back, you could open your phone with your face in front of the phone. So it's as simple and as democratic. But I foresee this coming into every space, every banking need, every phone communication need. So all these things will be things of future. Just some representative stores that we have with the beers and how we, what you see here seems very high-end, sophisticated stores, but they're full of tech, and not tech at the head of it, but tech which is understated. So a lot of these things. Lastly, I want to explore or sort of introduce a concept called dopamine, which is something that I was introduced in my college, which has led me to a lot of conversations. So dopamine is nothing but a chemical that gets released in our minds when we feel good and happy. And this also gets released when we get curiosity, and that results into taking positive actions or positive motivations around the conversations. Now, as diamonds, we say we are a rare commodity, we are valuable, and so on and so forth. And with this concept of dopamine, we went to the floors and started using conversations which instill creativity. So, for example, in all our stores at Aveers, you'd see a double-decker bus. Now, you'd say, what is the double-decker bus doing here? But it's giving a perspective that every single diamond ever mined in the history of humanity will fit into one double-decker bus, right? With a lot of room spare. So you could say that, it's not about the industry, but what it does is it triggers interest. We have a termite. So, for example, the world's largest diamond mine in the world is in a place called Junang, which is in Botswana. But actually, it was discovered by a team of people that are following termites. So they were not discovering diamonds there; they were discovering termites, and we could find the world's largest diamond mine. So that's what really is. And I think for organizations like ours, it is about building forever. It's about the future that we see, that the decisions we take go on for longer. And I'll end my conversation before we open for question and answers. Will be this saying of Albert Einstein, and he used to say about change in a very interesting manner. People say that we are in a changing world, and do we change fast, do we change quick, or we shouldn't change at all. Right? But the fact is that change is inevitable. And what Mr. Albert Einstein say that if you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got, right? So if you think that I'm going to grow, I'm going to do more, it's not going to happen if you keep doing the same things forever. But this thing is even changed more now, where if you always do what you always did, then 100% you will not get what you always got. You only diminish, and you will not be ready for the consumer or the future of your business. So I think these are just some trends that I want to encapsulate for our conversation today. I don't know if there's an opportunity to sort of, do some sort of feedback. If there are any questions, I'd love to answer. But the key, again, I'll get to the point of being limitless. You guys have the best platform in the way our country is ready for consumption internally and externally. This great amount of respect we have as India. I can tell you when I started my career in '99, I used to go to a lot of shows globally. For example, one of the shows is a show called Basel Fair, which is the largest, used to be the largest show for watches, luxury watches in the world. And when they used to see an Indian, I'm talking about year 2000, they used to just tell us they come on day 5. Let's first 2-3 days let us do business. And I saw that change happen. Today, not even today, 10 years back, when they saw an Indian, they knew that's where the opportunities. They would jump on us and say, that's the guy who's going to come and buy and sell. So, as Indians, we are extremely well placed. I think, globally, I see that recognition for us in India. There is no dearth of opportunity. And coming from a small town, representing, your family, you must go all out and give it to your 100%. The visions keep changing. What you get as a first job, what you get as your first endeavor, give you 100%. When you do things well, that is the only way the next opportunity opens up and the next door opens up. So I think I hope and I pray that all of you do well. My connect details are with Dr. Archana, who's been in connect with me. So please pick up the details. But I'll be very happy to interact with you, give you any feedback, any input that you might want to need from me. I wishing you all the really best for today, for this conference, and also for your futures. But I'd love to entertain any questions that come by. Ma'am, over to you.
There are no questions, sir. But thank you very much for sharing your deep knowledge. Your session was full of enthusiasm and precious information for all the stakeholders. Thank you again.
Absolutely, my pleasure, ma'am. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. To express gratitude towards everyone who helped to make this event a success, I request Dr. Archana Khandelwal, Madam, to propose a vote of thanks. Over to Khandelwal, Madam.
Hello. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to propose vote of thanks for this session. This is a second technical session in which Dr. Narasimha Venkatesh, Professor and Head Department of HRM and General Management, ISBR Business School, Bangalore, has guided us on Industry 4.0, the game changer for business transformation. I, from organizing committee of this international conference, were to thank you for accepting our invitation and sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Chairperson and invited speakers, Dr. Arun Kumar Deshmukh, sir. He has focused on GST, a game changer for Indian economy. Thank you, sir, for your valuable knowledge, for sharing with us your valuable knowledge. I am also thankful for your valuable thoughts which you have shared with us. I would like to express my sincere gratitude towards Honorable Sachin Ji Jain for giving us insight on Be Limitless. I would like to thank you and call for attending one and all for attending the session. I will also take this opportunity to thank you all the delegates who have joined us online on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you very much. The valedictory session will be start after 10 minutes at 4:30.
Good evening and a very warm welcome to everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a hearty welcome to all of you on behalf of the entire fraternity of Shankarlal Khandelwal College, Akola, in this valedictory session of International Interdisciplinary Virtual Conference on Innovations and Challenges in Commerce, Humanities, Science and Technology 2022, organized by Department of Commerce and Statistics, Shankarlal Khandelwal College, Akola, in collaboration with Vidarbha Chamber of Commerce and Industries and knowledge partner Khandelwal Total Solutions Private Limited. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Honorable President of this valedictory session, respected Dr. Taratai Hathwalne, President Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Akola, Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Justin Paul Sir, Editor-in-Chief and Professor, University of Reading, England, and University of Puerto Rico, USA. Mr. D.L. Thackeray Sir, Dr. Jagdish Sabu Sir, Principal Shankarlal Khandelwal College, Akola, Dr. Archana Khandelwal Ma'am, Convener, Dr. Piyush Nalle Sir, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Prashant Pisodkar Sir, Head, Department of Commerce and Joint Organizing Secretary, Ms. Aditi Mankar, Treasurer of this conference, all the honorable members of Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Akola, and Vidarbha Chamber of Commerce and Industries and knowledge partners, Khandelwal Total Solutions Private Limited, respected invited guests, participants, researchers, professionals, teaching and non-teaching staff of the college. I once again welcome you all in this valedictory session of International Interdisciplinary Virtual Conference on Innovations and Challenges in Commerce, Humanities, Science and Technology. In last 2 years, coronavirus has hit the world hard, and during this period, man has faced challenges in real sense, be it the downturn in the global economy, financial market, social life, or loss of precious lives to the disease. It has led to many industries and businesses going bankrupt. As rightly said by Steve Jobs, innovation is the ability to see changes as an opportunity, not as a threat. At first, although this pandemic may seem a bane, it is actually a boon in many terms. It has significantly reshaped science and technology and innovations by adopting digital tools and techniques. To mitigate its repercussions, technological innovations got a great boost during this challenging period. We also have seen many industries which have boomed during this pandemic, like the e-commerce industry, digital marketing, online shopping, entertainment industry like OTT platform, pharmaceutical segments, medical sectors, and even educational sectors. And today also, due to this pandemic only, we are able to take this international conference on different online platforms like Zoom, YouTube, Facebook, etc. We are really fortunate to have been blessed by the company of esteemed guests, and to welcome them, first of all, I invite Dr. J.M. Sabu Sir, Principal of our college, to please welcome President of this valedictory session, Honorable Dr. Taratai Hathwalne. Thank you, sir. Today's conference was a feast of knowledge for all of us. Today, in this conference, we have seen various challenges faced by the Indian and global market, and also have discovered opportunities available across market spaces like equity markets, mutual funds, Bombay Stock Exchange, crypto market, digital currencies like Bitcoins and cryptocurrencies. We have also discussed the recent market trends and the cause and effect of different technologies on global markets investment and other related domains. Now, let us have a quick glance at all the sessions through the report reading. And for that, may I now invite Dr. Archana Khandelwal ma'am, convener of the conference, for report reading. Dr. Archana Khandelwal ma'am.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to read the report of this conference. Innovation and Challenges in Commerce, Humanities, Science and Technology. It is a virtual and online conference. The conference is inaugurated at the hands of the President of Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Shri. The inauguration session's president was Dr. Gopalji Khandelwal, Secretary, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Akola. The conference was inaugurated at the hands of Honorable Vice Chancellor of Punjab Rao Deshmukh Krishi Vidyapit and in charge Vice Chancellor of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, Vilas Bhale sir. Special invitee, Honorable and our collaborator, President of Vidarbha Chamber of Commerce and Industries and Khandelwal Total Solutions Private Limited, Honorable Nitinji Khandelwal, attend the session. Honorable Sachinji Jain, due to his busy schedule, has attended second technical session. Eminent personalities, researcher, industrialists, professionals have attended the sessions. Conference has includes keynote address and 2 technical sessions followed by this valedictory session. And also there is a paper reading. 5 papers from different aspects were read in this conference. Deepak Kumar Chaudhary, he is a keynote speaker for this. Manager, Business Development and Marketing, BSc, has focused on different avenues available in BSc. He spoke on innovations in the field of financial markets and challenges ahead. Vinod Khadkikar, IEEE Fellow Professor, WCS Department, Khalifa University, Abu Dhabi, UAE, had focused on very emerging topic, electric vehicle-to-vehicle charging. The paper presentations session was conducted. Total 181 paper has been received. Out of that, 5 papers have been read in this conference. Dr. Monica Sethi Sharma, in charge Vice Chancellor and Dean, Academics, KK Modi University, Durg, India, has chaired the entire session. Second technical session. In second technical session, first invited speaker is Dr. A. Narasimha Venkatesh, Professor and Head, Department, HRM and General Management, ISBR Business School, Bangalore. He has addressed on Industry 4.0, the game changer for business transformation. Second speaker and chairperson for this session, Arun Kumar Deshmukh. He is from Institute of Management Studies, BHU, Varanasi, and he has addressed on GST, a game changer for Indian economy. Special invited speaker Sachin Ji Jain has focused on limitless. Each session was followed by excellent and innovative research papers were presented in this conference. Delegates registered and we have received total 181 research papers, and we published this paper in the journal with impact factor 7.675 with SJIF with ISSN number 22789308, peer-reviewed and referred, indexed and multidisciplinary international journal. The objective of this conference was to discuss the innovations and challenges in commerce, humanities, science and technology, and later suggesting innovations which has the potential to resolve the same, to track various challenges and discover opportunities available across markets, spaces such as equity market and cryptocurrencies, the cause and effect of different technologies on global markets, investments, and commerce. Discussions with the field experts, knowledge sharing, and analysis on recent market trends will also be on agenda. All these objectives were fulfilled through this conference and through the talk of our invited speakers. Delegates, researchers, research scholars, and our speakers have enlightened all these objectives with their valuable thought and experience. Now, valedictory session was chaired by Chief Guest, Dr. Justin Paul from USA. He is currently serves as the Editor-in-Chief of International Journal of Consumer Studies, a 45 years old global academic journal ranked as a grade by Australian Business Dean Council, a former faculty member, with the University of Washington. He is full-time professor of PhD, University of Puerto Rico. He holds 2 honorary titles as Distinguished Scholar and Distinguished Professor. He is a special invitee for this session, and president of this session was Dr. Taratai Hatwalne. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to read the report from inauguration to this valedictory session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Feedback plays an important part in communication because it tells both the organizers and the participants regarding the organization of event. The goal of feedback is to figure out if our event planning and presentation met expectations of all the resource persons, delegates, teachers, and participants. We would be pleased to hear your experiences and open to receive your opinions about today's conference. First of all, to share her experience regarding the conference, may I call Dr. Sonal Chandak ma'am from KL College, Amravati. Dr. Sonal Chandak ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Are you in a position to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. It is on the dais. This conference, Honorable Tarabai Hatwalne ma'am, Justin Paul sir, then Principal Sabu sir, N.R. Surarkar sir, Shirsat sir, then Narasimha Venkatesh sir, Mr. Prajapati, my dear friend Archana and Pisolkar sir, and all the organizers. I am privileged and would like to convey my thanks for giving me this opportunity to give my comments in this valedictory. Thank you so much. Basically, why such conferences? Because the practical knowledge helps giving a fine blend with the theory. As also, the students are benefited as they are getting a true picture of the real work, real-time situation. And so from that point of view, the present conference is going to be a real mental feast for all of us. There were variety of subjects and versatile was maintained by the organizers. On one side, it was the human topics were considered for the discussion, such as the humanities and the stress management, then limitless, etc., etc. On the other side, it was the technical side, which was handled by the eminent personalities, eminent expertise. There were Mr. Vinod Khadkikar, then Mr. Venkatesh was there, who spoke on the robotics and vehicle-to-vehicle, electric vehicle-to-vehicle charging and all. So on third side, when the with the technical side, naturally, the financial arena is going to come into existence. So naturally, the third phase, that is the investment side, that is BSc, NSc and all, and the GST. These were two important sides which were covered in the sessions. So naturally, I'm sure that the variety of challenges and the innovations are there, necessity is going to be there. If the necessity is there, then only the innovations are going to take birth. Saying this particular conference is going to give us a feed for the upcoming challenges. And a note of few of the speakers, of them Mr. Deepak Chaudhary, who spoke on BSc, NSc, the nature, the care and caution by the general investor. And this topic has come in picture when 100 lakh crores scam has taken place in NSE in the last few days. Thank you so much. Then, especially I would take the note of Dr. Monica Sethi Sharma, ma'am, because madam has made us realize that being a teacher, being the roots, we are the people to make the students grow and make them stronger, knowledge-wise, skill-wise, information-wise. When they are going out, we are the people to make them ready for the real-time world. So thank you so much, ma'am. Then one more I would like to make mention of is Mr. Venkatesh, who is nicely elaborated on the usage of digital platform in the business in the areas of transformation. He has elaborated of using the robotics. My only concern, my only worry is that how many people in India might be able to use it in the light of non-availability of the proper infrastructure and proper internet connectivity. Then Mr. Arun Deshmukh, he was wonderful so far as analysis of the GST is concerned. And Sachin Jain, he was amazing. I tell you, he's a man of experience, expertise, knowledge, and skill, and with the great command over the language. What should I say about the organizers? Meticulous planning was there. Nice organizing of the whole conference is there. The best use of the digital platforms such as YouTube, then Facebook, and Zoom is there. Of course, as I told you, that variety of subjects are covered, and they have tried their level best to give the face of every challenge, upcoming challenge, which is going to come forth us. So thank you so much for all this. This is going to enlighten us to a great extent, which suggests that the organizers are trying to cover all the innumerable topics in front of us, and we are going to come across certain needs, and we are going to face certain challenges. So we have to be prepared for all of this. Thank you, Gopal Bhai sir. Thank you, Dr. Sabu sir. Thank you, organizers, Dr. Pisolkar sir, Dr. Archana ma'am, this wonderful intellectual feast, which is going to linger on my memory for a very, very, very long time. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sonal ma'am. Now, Mr. Mahendra Prajapati from SD School of Commerce, Ahmedabad, would like to share his views with us. Mr. Mahendra Prajapati.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of Shankarlal Khandelwal College, Akola, for providing me an opportunity for such a beautiful topic. As I heard I think Archana ma'am during the report reading, she told that they are received 181 research paper. It itself suggests that the success of the conference. Being a virtual platform, I am joining from Gujarat. During the all session, the all expert lecture are planned and elaborate beautifully. The organizing committee, as and when I have any issue, I opt for the Archana ma'am, Aditi ma'am, Sabo sir, Piyush sir. Literally, during this journey, they are working with a very ease. They are solving our doubts very easily. And it's my pleasure to hear all the dignitaries. And lastly, I conclude that in future, if such college organizing any such conference, I will always be part of it, definitely. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, dear participants, for your wonderful feedback and your valuable comments. We, the organizers, are really touched by your views. It will definitely help us to perform better in future and also to create a pipeline for future events. Thank you once again. Famous quote from Matt Mullenweg says that technology is best when it brings people together. Today also, we have used technology to bring people from different domains like professional experts, scholars, researchers, and faculty members on this online platform. To expand this platform a little further, we have with us a very dynamic, multifaceted personality, Dr. Justin Paul Sir from USA as chief guest. Let me now take this opportunity to introduce our today's chief guest, Dr. Justin Paul Sir. Dr. Justin Paul Sir is currently of International Journal of Consumer Studies, a 45-year-old global academic journal ranked as Dean Council. A former faculty member with the University of Washington, he is a full professor of PhD and MBA programs, University of Puerto Rico, USA. He holds 2 honorary titles as Distinguished Scholars, Distinguished Professor with Indian Institute of Management, IIMK, and SIBM, the premier business schools in South Asia. He is known as an author of books such as Business Environment, International Marketing, Service Marketing, Export-Import Management, Management of Banking and Financial Services by McGraw-Hill's, Oxford University Press, and Pearson, respectively. Dr. Paul has served as lead guest editor with the 5 international journals. He serves as associate editor with European Management Journal and Journal of Strategic Marketing. He has also edited special issues for Small Bus Economics and Journal of Promotion Management. He was senior associate editor for International Journal of Emerging Markets, the Service Industries Journal, and European Journal of International Management for 3 years. Dr. Paul introduced the Mastic model and measure for brand management, CPP model for internationalization, Scope framework for small firms, and 7P framework for international marketing. His articles have been downloaded over 8 lakh times during the last 6 years. He has published over 130 research papers in SSCI journals and 150 in Scopus. Out of this, over 70 papers are in A or A-star journals as per the Australian Business Dean Council list. He has also served as a faculty member of Nagoya University, Japan, and IIM India. In addition, he has taught full courses at Aarhus University, Denmark, Grenoble École de Management and University of France, University Lithuania, Poland, and has conducted research development workshops in countries such as Austria, USA, Spain, Croatia, China. He has been a program director for training diplomats from different countries and also holds an honorary title as Professor of Eminence at a government university. He has been an invited speaker at several institutions such as University of Chicago, University of Commerce and Business, Austria, Fudan, China, Barcelona, and Madrid, and has published 3 best-selling case studies with Ivey and Harvard. For different academic work, he has visited many countries like USA, UK, Canada, France, Germany, Switzerland, Netherlands, Italy, Greece, Denmark, Australia, UAE, Thailand, Mauritius, South Korea, Poland, and many more. He is a polyglot and is proficient in speaking English, Japanese, Hindi, Malayalam, French, and Spanish. May I now request Honorable Dr. Justin Paul, sir, to please address the gathering on this occasion. Dr. Justin Paul, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for this invitation, and it's a pleasure and honor for me to be with you for this conference, and I would like to congratulate you all for organizing this conference in a very meaningful and relevant way, because this kind of conferences motivate researchers, members, and students to be active and to be energetic and to be knowledgeable, and the knowledge that get disseminated from conferences always help all the participants in the conferences in terms of enriching their understanding of the world. And your conference debate and conference topic that covers innovations and challenges in commerce and humanities and science and technology, I'm sure all the conference papers have helped every attendee, every delegate in the conference to have a better understanding of the challenges and opportunities that we have during the post-pandemic era. And as you know, that the COVID and this pandemic has created a lot of challenges and opportunities, and we have to learn to overcome these challenges, and we have to leverage the opportunities arising out of these challenges. Every challenge has a kind of other side. It's like a coin. Coin has two sides, head and tail. So that way, our businesses, our life, we have two sides. For example, what are the two sides of the life and business? And the one side is challenge and the other side is opportunity. So we have to learn and we have to leverage the opportunities arising out of the challenges that are emerging out of the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 has been a challenge for many companies, those who do business using traditional brick and mortar business strategy. However, COVID-19 has brought about a lot of opportunities for technology-based companies, those who are offering online solutions, companies, those who focus on digital marketing. They have boom time, or they have a blessing time now. So we have to learn, or companies, those who do not have digital marketing solutions, companies, those who do not think about leveraging opportunities using digital channels, they have to actually capitalize, or they have to create capabilities to capitalize the opportunities arising out of pandemic, focusing on technology, innovation, focusing on digital entrepreneurship rather than traditional entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship used to be a kind of artisan entrepreneurship or frugal entrepreneurship during the pre-COVID time. However, that kind of artisan or frugal entrepreneurship need to be transformed as digital entrepreneurship in the days to come. Digital entrepreneurship has more opportunities, and we all have to think about in the direction of digital entrepreneurship instead of having a traditional artisan entrepreneurship in the pandemic era or in the post-pandemic era to survive. And in the post-pandemic era, what I would like to repeat is digital entrepreneurship. That is what is the entrepreneurship has to get transformed, or that is how the entrepreneurship has to get transformed. Entrepreneur has to think about digital channels. Entrepreneur has to think about digital solutions as part of the marketing strategy. An entrepreneur has, every entrepreneur, suppose it is a new entrepreneur or an existing small or micro entrepreneur or enterprise or an enterprise, each and every enterprise has to think about digital solutions and focus on digital solutions, focus on digital marketing, focus on innovation. And innovation can be frugal innovation, but with the help of digital marketing. And innovation can be artisan entrepreneurship, but it can be with the help of digital solutions. In such a way, companies, enterprises can emerge out of this challenge. And another thing what I would like to also focus is some kind of framework which you can use. Traditionally, we all used to prepare a business plan as part of our business strategy, as part of whatever business that we do. So this business plan, what I would like to reconstruct or replan in such a way that we focus on an equation. That solution that I would like to put forward today, I would like to introduce today with the conference delegates is that performance is a function of path, process, potential, pattern, pace, and problems. So we have to draw a business plan as part of any business that we do or we will do in future. And when we prepare a business plan, we have to look at the performance and we have to think about performance. We have to think about how to perform better. And this better performance is actually a function of several other P constructs. This is a 7P construct, and these 7P constructs include performance on the left-hand side. Performance is a function of potential, path, processes, pace, pattern, and the problems. So let's start with the potential. Performance is a function of potential. Performance of any company is a function of market potential or a potential in different market. The company is willing to, a company is happy to enter and do business. So companies will have to estimate the market potential of different markets. Suppose in case you have a company based in Maharashtra or Bombay, and that company has to estimate the market potential for that company in different states or different countries in the world, and analyze the potential and decide which market to enter and which market to focus on. And another P construct is processes. Performance is a function of process. And what process a company will follow. Your company can perform better if you have the appropriate processes. And what are these processes? These processes can be organic growth processes or inorganic growth processes. Some companies grow in an organic way as part of growth strategy. Some companies think about inorganic way as part of growth strategy. So regardless of whether you follow organic or inorganic way as part of your growth process or growth strategy, you need to have better partnership. You need to have better strategic alliances. You need to have the right business partners and strategic alliance partners. It could be your dealers, it could be your retailers, it could be your suppliers. Regardless of what type of business partnership it is supplier partnership, it is dealer partnership or retailer partnership, or it can be your distributors. Any kind of partnership that you have, those partners should be having the same bandwidth and same wavelength in the same way that your company has got the wavelength and bandwidth. So such processes, you need to lay out such processes, and such processes can be laid out in the form of entry strategies into different markets. And those entry strategies can include organic growth processes, such as you step in and you set up your branches. Otherwise, it can be some other processes like franchising strategy. And you need such kind of strategies. You set up your own branches, or you set up franchises, or it can be hybrid form of growth, like you set up 50 branches your own and 50 franchises. And so those kind of processes, appropriate processes, that's very important. And the third P that I would like to introduce and I would like to talk about is the pace of doing business. Your performance is a function of pace. Pace is nothing but the speed of doing business. And some entrepreneurs, some businessmen, some business people, they would like to do business at the pace of turning on or switching on a tube light. It takes only 1 second for a tube light to turn on and tube light to switch on. Some entrepreneurs have daredevil sense of enterprise and they do business at the speed of light. Whether we can do or whether it is right to do the business at the speed of light is a question, is a debatable point. However, keep in mind, your performance is a function of your pace of doing business. Your performance is a function of whether you are a first mover and fast mover into different markets. Ideally, if you can be the first mover in a market, first mover in an industry, and fast mover, your probability of performing better, your probability of success is high. So your performance will be high, your success probability is high, provided you are the first mover and fast mover in an industry, you are the first mover and fast mover in a different market, you can achieve greater heights and transcend the horizon. And the next P, which I would like to introduce is, or I would like to put it, your performance as a function of your pattern. Performance is a function of pattern of doing business. What are the patterns of doing business? Pattern include your product lines. Instead of having single product, you can have sub-product line. Instead of having one brand, you can diversify and diversification in terms of product line and diversification in terms of markets, or in other words, I can say product portfolio and market portfolio. think about having a different product line. For example, you are making a mask. You are producing or manufacturing a mask, and mask for adults, mask for kids, mask for seniors, and mask with design, mask with plain vanilla color, white mask with some design, because some ladies will buy mask with the design because they would like to look beautiful. So men might buy mask which is having only one color, white mask or light color mask. So product line is important for your success. Product line is important as part of your market strategy. So that kind of pattern is important. And next P I would like to suggest is performance as a function of your problems. When you prepare a business plan, you have to conceptualize and you have to conceive your performance, and you have to position your performance as a function of your problems. Problems are part and parcel of all businesses. And these problems can be classified as expected problems and unexpected problems. And expected problems you can foresee. However, you cannot foresee unexpected problems. So there are two types of problems: expected problems and unexpected problem. COVID-19 was an unexpected problem. Ukraine-Russia war is an expected problem. So all these kind of problems affect your business. So you have to foresee expected problems and unexpected problems. And what are the impact and implications of these expected problems and unexpected problem on your business? And you have to calculate that, and you have to analyze and foresee that as part of your business plan. So if you look at that and do a standard deduction of this problem from your profits, you can perform better. But if you ignore these likely problems, you will end up in more problems and you will ruin your prospects. So I would like to repeat, performance is a function of 6 other P's. Performance is a function of your potential, path, process, pace, pattern, and problems. Prepare your business plan today with this equation, with this formula. Your chances of success, your chances of your probability of performance, and your probability of success will be high. Success is a journey. Never put a full stop on your way to succeed. Success will have to be seen as a process. And success is a continuous process. There is no end to success. There is no limit to success. Always think about transcending the horizons. Always dream better. Always have prospects. Always have dream with prospects. Prosperous dreams. And such dreams will take you into greater heights, and you will transcend horizons in your business, in your company, in your organization. And I would like to convey that always believe in success. Failures are part of life. Failures are part of your business. However, don't get pessimistic. Be optimistic. That optimism, and set your goals today. Once you can set your goals, you will transcend the horizons. Each and every one of us need to set goals. Each and every company need to set goals. 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line. That should be there in our dreams. That should be there in our business plan. What we need to achieve 5 years down the line, what we need to achieve 10 years down the line. Always think about that and work towards that goal. You will succeed and you will achieve greater performance. Thank you very much. And I would like to wish you very best for your conference and for all the delegates attending the conference. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sparing your valuable time and guiding us on this occasion. We are honored to have Mr. Nagesh Deshpande, sir, from District Skill Development, Employment and Entrepreneurship Office, Akola, as special guest for this valedictory session. I request Honorable Sabu, sir, to please welcome Mr. Nagesh Deshpande, sir. Nagesh. sorry, Mr. D.L. Thakre, sir, Assistant Commissioner from Skill Development Office, Akola. I request Sabu, sir. We are equally honored to have Ms. Sunita Gori, ma'am, here with us from the Skill Development Office, Akola District. I request Dr. Deshpande, ma'am, to please welcome Ms. Sunita Gori, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We all are fortunate enough to be always backed and motivated by all the respected members of our parent society, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Akola. I now request and invite Honorable President of today's function, Dr. Taratay Hathwalne, President, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Akola, for her presidential address.
Good evening, all the dignitaries present for the conference. I am feeling immensely pleasured as I witnessed the most truthful commerce conference. Indian education system is one of the most significant factors contributing to the development of India, and commerce education is considered as one of the popular career options for youths in India. It is the backbone of economy, trade, and industry. Being a developed country that is facing new challenges to cope up with. This has put high demand on educational system of the country. Academic administrators, governing bodies are, and researchers have understood the need of research. There are numerous professional opportunities available for commerce students. The challenges need proper solution, which mostly possible by colleges and institutions can provide with the help of faculties, the help of good facilities. Today, I have heard of many influential speakers who elaborate their topic in a way that a non-commerce student like me is also impressed. Indeed, such conference will contribute to imbibe the value of using economic principles while making business decisions. It raises their awareness of business related social, economic, and political issues. It teaches students how to deal with current scenario. A student exposure to the corporate world is enhanced with commerce education. The aim behind this conference is to prepare students for self-employment and fostering entrepreneurial skills in them. Globalization and technological trends have made it challenging businesses to compete in today's globe. As a result, the value of commerce education has risen domestically. Vidarbha Chamber of Commerce and Industries and Khandelwal Total Solutions Private Limited took the initiative collectively. Department of Accounts and Statistics of Shankarlal Khandelwal Arts, Science and Commerce College, Akola, organized this conference to get some excellent results from various parts of India and other countries. I am sure that such talks give a new perspective to economy. Before I conclude, I would like to congratulate faculties, participants, and colleges, as well as upcoming entrepreneurs. Such type of educational talks not only enhances the crowd with knowledge, but also gives a sustainable outcome. I wish all the best to all the participants. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tai, for always motivating all of us. As you all know, every event is like a big jigsaw puzzle, where as everyone filled their individual roles, they also make up the big picture simultaneously, knowingly or unknowingly. And to formally express gratitude towards all those spectacular people who have helped for the organization of this conference, may I now invite Ms. Aditi Mankar, treasurer of this conference, to propose formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Madam. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution for those who worked hard to make this event a success. On behalf of Shankarlal Khandelwal Arts, Science and Commerce College, Akola, I express my sincere gratitude towards the president of this session, Honorable Taratai Hatwalne, President Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Akola, for chairing the session and always inspiring us with your valuable knowledge. I would like to express my sincere gratitude towards the chief guest, Dr. Justin Paul, for giving us insights on entrepreneurship and digital marketing. Thank you very much, sir. Your topic was very informative. I would like to express my deep gratitude to the navigator of this ship, our principal, Honorable Sabu, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Archana Khandelwal, madam, for reading the report of this conference. I also extend my thanks to Mr. Mahendra Prajapati, Gujarat University, and Dr. Sonal Chandak, Amravati University, for sharing their valuable feedback regarding this conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank one and all for attending this session. I would also like to thank the delegates and the participants who have joined us online on YouTube and Zoom. Thank you one and all. I would like to thank our technical team, Professor Shirsat sir, Professor Suradkar sir, Professor Dikshit sir, Ganesh Upadhyay and Viraj Bhagat for their continuous efforts. I also desire to express my thanks to all the supporters who directly or indirectly were involved in this mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aditi ma'am. To conclude this conference, may I now request all the dignitaries present over here to please stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल वंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलधित रंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाए तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे भारत माता की।
Now, with the permission of the Honorable President, I declare this International Interdisciplinary Virtual Conference on Innovations and Challenges in Commerce, Humanities, Science and Technology over. Thank you all once again for being a part of this conference. Thank you.
you.